call the November 5th, 2024 Town Council meeting to order. And what I would like to ask everyone to do is stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which, given what's happening today, is particularly important and timely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, may please have the roll call?
Mayor Bell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Burner.
Here.
Ms. Kay.
Here.
Ms. Farrell.
Here.
Ms. Tillerson. Here. Ms. Jenkins. Here.
First item of business is approval of the minutes. The council members have been provided a copy of the minutes of the October 1, 2024 council meeting. Are there any changes?
Not for me.
Not for me.
None.
If not, the minutes are deemed approved. Next agenda item, citizen comments on agenda items only, please. Any citizen comments? Yep.
Good afternoon, members of council and mayor. My name is Adrian Kane. I'm the CEO of the Charleston Homebuilders Association, and thank you for your leadership and dedication to serving your community. You, like me, have probably heard from many in the building community with concerns about the dumpster covering ordinance in particular. But more broadly, I want to address, there's an incredible opportunity to engage what are a world-class set of builders that build on Kiowa to be problem solvers with you. The intent oftentimes of an ordinance has unintended consequences, and I think that's what we're seeing with the dumpster ordinance as it is. And I'll give you an example. When one of our builders requests that dumpster to be removed, they don't necessarily have control of when that dumpster will be removed. It can take 1 to 3 days with some sort of period. The company will come in and remove it. Under the current ordinance as it's written, they will be out of compliance in that process and could be fined for any one of those 3 days that's out of their control. And in fact, many of the companies that remove the dumpsters will not remove it if it's covered. So what I would ask council to do, and I applaud council for the efforts already underway to craft a revised ordinance as it is. I think this represents an opportunity, though, an opportunity to work with the building community to convene some of the builders that are the world-class builders that build on this island, to work with council and staff, to address both the intent of what the ordinance is, but also come up with a policy that's actually something that we can enforce, that we can do together. And I think that whether you apply it to pervious surface or building codes or standards, I want to make a blanket offer. As an association, we represent many of these builders across that build on this island. And I think that we can work with you all to look at these ordinances before they're brought to council, so that when they're brought, they're with the full support of the builders that will be applying them in a practical standpoint, but also allow better enforceability and a better product overall for the residents. I would encourage council to do 2 things. Pause the ordinance as it is, send it to committee, let staff and the association convene builders to work with staff and council to craft an ordinance that makes sense, then have it brought back. That will establish a new pattern and a new rhythm of working together when there are other challenges or other problems that are brought up. So thank you again for your time, for your leadership. I stand ready to work with you all as a partner in this, and I think there's a true opportunity. We all know that Kiowa is a magnificent place, and we want to make sure that continues. And the builders that build out here build to the highest possible standards, not just in South Carolina, but truly across the globe. So thank you all for being here and for your leadership.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Ibbs, and I'm the owner of Dolphin Architects and Builders based here on Johns Island. Much of the work that we do, both in terms of architecture and interior design and construction, is out on Kiowa Island. We've been operating out here since 1990. And I just wanted to come out today, and I'm simply going to echo what Adrian had to say on behalf of the Home Builders Association. I've been the owner of Dolphin for 11 years now, and we certainly value and celebrate all that is wonderful about Kiowa, and we're proud to be builders out here. And as he said, we're eager to be collaborative partners in trying to tackle some of these issues. But I think there remains some potential operational unintended consequences, both with the loose materials ordinance as well as the pervious pavement ordinance. And so we would be eager to be a collaborative partner with staff and with council on addressing some of these issues in the most constructive way possible. So thank you.
Any other citizen comments?
Hello, I'm Kara Crowell. I am a full-time resident at Kiowa, 23 Arrowhead Hall, also owner of Cinder Creek Construction. Been building on island for 17 years now. And I've already spoken with the mayor about the dumpster loose material ordinance. I do applaud the rewrite. I agree with the previous speakers that there is still work to be done. I also ask that as it gets modified and crafted, that we do a better job in communicating the ordinance to the construction industry. You know, I have the potential to be hit two different directions from this, and I missed it. So there's such, when I look back at the report for today's meeting, and I see that the dumpster coverings, that there were 112 citations issued with no warnings, as that relates back to other items on that list and the number of warnings versus citations, I feel like an opportunity was missed to embrace the construction industry. There are so many jobs, so many fabulous builders, craftsmen on this island. We want to work together with the town. We just need the opportunity to do so. I'd also, as we go one step further from the warnings, that the fines be consistent. I was one of those people that got hit with the $1,087 fine. There are other people that are getting $280 fines. There should be some consistency in enforcement. And I should note, this is the first fine I have ever gotten from the town of Kiowa in the 17 years I've been building. So there are way too many of us that this is our livelihood. We want to be in compliance. The day that I got my ticket, I drove around the island, and in a matter of 15 minutes, I counted 27 dumpsters that were still uncovered. So the communication was missing, because there's no way that that many people chose to willingly disregard a town ordinance. So again, my door is always open. Would love to collaborate with the town, the association, and my colleagues to come to a better solution for this.
Any further citizen comments? We'll have an opportunity to discuss this more fully when we get this to the agenda, but just a couple of observations. Certainly appreciate the tone and tenor of those comments. We had received a fair amount of input, and that was one of the reasons why we have the revised ordinance before us today, because there were some practical, legitimately problematic practical issues with regard to the first draft. A little bit frustrated by kind of the suggesting it's on the obligation of the town to reach out to the entire business world about the implementation of ordinances. We did have a first and second reading of the prior ordinances. Those were noticed in the ordinary course. There were opportunities to engage in the process at that point in time. With regard to the fines, the warnings, some legitimate issues that the town is reviewing in terms of from an enforcement policy standpoint, but there were letters sent out to many, I know a lot of construction firms, I don't know if they caught every one, about the adoption of the ordinances and what the specific requirements were. But, you know, again, I appreciate the tone and tenor of the comments. You know, it doesn't apply just to dumpsters. It obviously is commercial vehicles, landscaping companies, and any other number of different entities that may be transiting loose materials. And, you know, we've got 1,700 business licenses that are issued in the town. And it's tough to reach out to all of them each and every time that we're considering an ordinance to make sure that we have their full input. And to some extent, it's kind of your obligation as well. We need to do a better job, but it's your obligation to pay attention to what's going on that may impact you. But we'll have a further opportunity to discuss substantively some of the issues that you have raised, and we appreciate the comments. Without any further citizen comments, we've got a series of presentations. First up is from the town's auditor, Malden Jenkins. Trey, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name's Trey Scott. Pleased to be here with you all to discuss the results of the town's 2024 audit. I was the partner who oversaw that audit as well. So just to kind of give you an idea of why I'm here today, introduce you really quickly to Malden & Jenkins in case you're unfamiliar with who we are. Go over our auditor's report, compliance report, and your financial statements. Go over some required communications with you, and then answer any questions that you all may have. Really quickly about Malden & Jenkins, we were founded over 100 years ago, serve over 700 governmental entities throughout the Southeast. Do that across 14 offices in 6 states, and provide over 155,000 hours annually to our governmental clients. So we're certainly committed to the industry. But enough about us. Talk really quickly about kind of the purpose of a financial audit. What we do is, we identify and assess the risk of material misstatement to your financial statements and design our audit procedures around those in order to obtain reasonable assurance that your financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether that's due to financial statement fraud or error. And I think of particular importance to you all is our audit opinion related to your financial statements. I think, as you all know, the ACFR that it looks like you all have in front of you, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, that is the responsibility of the town's management. It's our responsibility as your auditor to provide opinions or express opinions on that financial information based on our audit. And we do that by following generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And I'm pleased to report to you all today that we were able to issue the town a clean, or what we call an unmodified opinion. And what that basically means is that your financial statements present fairly the financial position and the results of the town's operations as of June 30, 2024. And that's what you're looking for, a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance that we can provide to you as your auditor. Also included in your ACFR is a compliance report. If we had any findings or significant issues, this is where we would report those to you all. And I think it's important to note that we did not have any such findings. I think that's a testament to the hard work of management, the finance department, certainly something I think you all should be very proud of. And maybe something that they should be commended for. Also, I present to your audit committee, your finance committee, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you have a very engaged audit committee or finance committee, more engaged than most any other government that I work with. And I think that ought to be something that gives you some comfort as well, to know that you have a group of people who care enough about the community that want to be involved in this financial statement process and kind of have an understanding of what's going on there. So again, I don't see that a lot, and just wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention as well. Quick overview of your financial statements. If you didn't know, you present an ACFR, or Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, that goes above and beyond the minimum reporting requirements of a local government. It's submitted annually to the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, and their Certificate of Achievement program. And you all have been awarded that certificate for the last 20 years. So that's certainly something you all should be pretty proud of as well. Not every government, not every town or county can say that they have been awarded the certificate for the last 20 years. So certainly something you all should be proud of. If you only look at one part of that ACFR, that set of financial statements, I highly recommend the management's discussion and analysis. This is written by management, not by us as your auditor. Gives you good summary level information, comparative information, and really is a good section of those financial statements, and it follows directly behind our auditor's report in your ACFR. Moving on from that, you've got 3 kind of components to your basic financial statements. You've got the government-wide statements, which kind of take a look at everything, the big picture view, I guess, of the town, all of your funds rolled up into one column. Then you've got your fund level financial statements, kind of the more specific fund level information, kind of drilling down a little bit on each fund, and then the notes to your financial statements, which obviously provide a little bit more information on those numbers themselves. So if we look at the big picture view financial statements, your government-wide financial statements, I've got a bunch of numbers on this slide, but I just want to point out a couple. Your net position. So that's the difference between your assets and your liabilities, right? You want to have an excess of assets over liabilities. You all had about $53.2 million. Now, that's not the cash that you have available to spend, right? It's just the difference between your assets and your liabilities. Also, you increased that net position by about $6 million this year. So your revenues across all of your funds exceeded your expenses across all of your funds by about $6 million. So that increased your net position up to that $53.2 million number. Just kind of looking at it graphically, very good trends as it relates to your revenues, expenses, and net position at the government-wide level. 2020, if we'll recall, that was COVID, so we would expect that to be kind of the bottom year, low year there, and we've, again, trended very, very well over the course of the last 5 years as it relates to increases in revenues and net position. If we move on from your government-wide financial statements and take a look at your fund level information, more specifically your general fund, the primary source of revenue for the town, probably close to 65%, are building permits and building licenses. What I look up here and I don't see are property taxes, which is not very common for municipalities across the state. So the ability for you all to operate efficiently and effectively without property taxes is certainly a good thing. If we move on to expenditures, as I would expect, the biggest piece of the pie being general government. Again, looking at that, no real concerns that I have as it relates to where you're spending those revenues. A few more key points about the general fund, and really what I want to point out, because one of the more common questions I get is how healthy are we as a town? And an audit's not designed to gauge health, but there are certain metrics you can kind of take a look at to help you determine whether or not, or what kind of shape you're in. And the first I like to look at is your number of months of expenditures in fund balance. You all have over 2.5 years of operating expenditures in fund balance. That's a very, very healthy place to be. The other place I like to look is liquidity. While you could have a very large fund balance, how liquid are those assets that you have in terms of can you pay your current liabilities? And you all could have done that almost 14 times at June 30, 2024. So you have a very good liquid assets in the form of cash and liquid receivables. So again, two very good metrics that indicate a pretty healthy position for the general fund. And then if we just kind of look at the history of your general fund over the course of the last 5 years, again, kind of like the last graph we looked at, very good trend moving from your low in 2020, the COVID year, up to where we are in 2024, just a shade under 35 months of expenditures in fund balance. And then just some required communications. Again, as I mentioned earlier, clean opinion, no audit findings. We received full cooperation from management in the performance of our audit. Had no disagreements with management, no difficulties in performing our procedures. We also had no uncorrected misstatements, and we had no auditor proposed adjustments. And to put that into perspective, your auditor's not having to come in at the end of the year, post a bunch of correcting adjustments to your financial statements or your numbers, so that it ought to give you comfort in the numbers that you're seeing, that those are correct and you're making decisions based on correct numbers. And then finally, just want to make sure you're aware that we're independent of the town in accordance with all of the applicable standards of our profession. Finally, just some new standards that are coming out over the course of the next few years. Actually, a new one has come out in the last couple of weeks that's not on there, that'll have a kind of a minor impact on your financial statements, but ultimately we'll work with the finance department on the best course of action for implementation of those new standards. And then the last two bullet points there, just some value-added services we provide only to our clients. And we're happy that management has taken part in those quarterly continuing education classes and the newsletters that we provide. And that pretty much concludes what I've had to report to you all today. Again, clean opinion, no audit findings. It's been a pleasure to serve the town, and we look forward to serving you all in the future. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
I have 3 or 4 questions. Not so much on the numbers of the audit, but your comments and conclusions. On page 2 of your report, the 4th bullet talks about what you did, and it says one of the items was to evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies. I haven't seen any comment about that because I just want to make sure that the controls that we have in the town are, in your opinion, satisfactory. And I just want to make sure that these accounting policies, and using my terminology, controls, are proper. Can you comment on that?
From the procedures that we've performed and what we're required to do, if we had any issues with the controls that you all had in place, we would report those to you via a management letter or as a significant deficiency finding or material weakness, and we had none of those.
All right, so since it's silent, that means everything is okay, is my takeaway?
Correct.
Okay.
Like I said, if we had something to report to you, we would absolutely have done so.
All right, on page 42.
Can we just pause on that question for a second? I think it's important to understand, we had a conversation about this, and we're supposed to have a follow-up with one of your colleagues that hasn't yet occurred, and that's on me, is that you have not done a separate audit of internal control.
Correct.
Which many organizations that I've been involved with previously do perform or have a separate audit done on internal control,
Right, I know.
specifically focused. You do more of a testing process than a comprehensive review of
Correct,
internal
or,
control
yeah, we do not
processes.
opine on your controls.
And you can get an opinion internal control. So I think that's something that we should consider going forward. You don't need to
Me
do
too.
it every year, but I think it's something that's appropriate to do on a periodic basis. What will also be brought forward to really address more finally your question, Councilmember Berner, is I reviewed the accounting policies and procedures that were in place and have made a number of changes to those that we will be bringing to the council for approval next month, because I was not satisfied myself that we had all the appropriate control processes and checks and balances in place that we should have or need to have. So that is an ongoing process. And I think we can be aided by perhaps with working with one of your colleagues, doing a deeper dive in all of that. I know the audit committee, I think, will take a more hands-on approach to some of these issues as well. We've also identified, as you note, Dorota, the finance director, has reported some issues with regard to reporting of revenues by business license revenues by many of some of the largest town businesses. I think you said that wasn't an issue from your standpoint because the amount of money involved was ultimately not material.
Right.
But the fact that 40% underreported, if you extrapolate that, the number still probably wouldn't be material, raises some issues about our processes. And so I think to your point, there is work yet to be done, notwithstanding the clean opinion and the fine work that the finance director, Dorota Schubert, and her staff do on our behalf and working with our auditor.
So you've been particularly clairvoyant today, because that was going to be one of my last comments, in that I think we should have an audit of the controls, but I agree wholeheartedly.
And Councilman Berner, and as the mayor said, is new to the audit committee. Some of these questions came up in our recent meeting, and I've had some questions myself since then that just have induced me to talk to the mayor about, should we be doing something and looking at our controls? He's clairvoyant and was a step ahead of me, but I brought to his attention a couple of things where he didn't know about, and so there's going to be more work done by the audit committee in terms of this control issue.
That's
There's
good
some
news.
things where generally our controls are very good, but there's some places where they're maybe not holes, but definitely questions.
There were a couple of gaps, or some of our policies and procedures were clearly not best practice.
Best
and not as
practices.
tight as they should be. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Page 42 of the report, there is a paragraph in there entitled litigation. The paragraph says there are several litigation matters that are ongoing. But at the end of the day, the report indicates that it is the opinion of management and legal counsel that these lawsuits are going to have a material impact to the town. I wasn't talked to by anybody about this. I'm involved on town council, particularly as mayor pro tem. Where did you get these opinions from, that these are not material?
Our discussions with management and legal.
Who is management then?
The town is management, so this is a management's discussion and analysis.
So that would be you?
Me and the town administrator, and discussing these issues with the
All right, I didn't have a
outside counsel.
chance to opine, and so was MAC involved at all, or they
Yes,
were?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was the opinion, and I think we actually have something written from them confirming, because it was something that was reviewed in the context of clarification, I think we modified the language here a little bit, but we actually had I don't know if it's an opinion, but a statement from council.
And
All right, so
Expressing
that's
view.
fine. I was surprised, I thought I would have been involved in the process, but you and
I
Mac
think-
were involved, so that's
And one of the
okay.
things to point out, that this was referring to the end of fiscal year
End of
23,
fiscal year.
24, not the current fiscal year.
I understand, okay. The next page, on page 43, I'd just like to understand what this sentence means. I'll just read it. It says, "For each of the insurance programs and public entity risk pools in which the town participates, the town has effectively transferred all risk with no liability for unfunded claims." Okay, I don't know what that means. We've transferred risk with no liability. How did we do that? And what are these unfunded claims?
Ultimately, you all are in the state risk management fund. As such, you would pay, as far as claims are concerned, you would pay up to a deductible amount. And so thus your liability would not be material related to those claims, enough
Understood.
to be reported.
Okay, all right, I understand. And, okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Okay, thank you. So that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Berner. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you very much, Trey. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Our next presentation is from the Barrier Island Free Medical Clinic. I would note that I had the distinct pleasure, as did along with Councilmember Berner, of recently getting a really detailed hands-on tour from Dr. Peter Syme and staff at the Barrier Islands Free Medical Clinic. And it's an extraordinary operation. We learned a lot. It is important to note that this is inextricably tied to the town of Kiawah Island, the Kiawah Island residents. The level of support and engagement from our community is extraordinary. It starts with our town administrator, who is the chair of the Barrier Islands Free Medical Clinic Board. We have a number of other community members, I believe, including Chief Knitzer, who's on the board. So thank you all for your support of this organization. But Dr. Peter Syme, you and your team have the floor.
Great clinic.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Frank. I'm the executive director at Barrier Islands Free Medical Clinic, and this is Dr. David Petersheim, and he is our medical director. We just want to take a moment to thank you guys for having us here today. And specifically, we're here to talk to you about who we are, what we do, and how we help those on Kiawah Island and the surrounding communities who face barriers to accessing healthcare. So we are a free clinic. We're on Johns Island, right on Maybank Highway, and we provide a free medical home to adults who don't have insurance. And we are very excited because last month we actually expanded our geographical catchment area, so we now include anyone who lives in Charleston, Berkeley, or Dorchester County. In addition to meeting our requirements of not having insurance, in order to qualify for care, our patients need to have a household income of no more than 299% of the federal poverty limits. So what does that mean? So these change on an annual basis. So in 2024, a single person household can make just over $45,000 and still qualify for care, whereas a family of four can make just over $94,000, and all of the adults would qualify for care in that household. A little bit of history about us. So the clinic was actually founded in 2006 by two retired physicians, Dr. Charlie Davis and Dr. Arthur Booth. They moved from Atlanta to Kiawah Island to retire, and they quickly found that there was a significant need for healthcare on the island. So they came together and they had this shared vision that by implementing a free clinic model of low cost and volunteer-driven medical care, that they could create healthier workers and therefore build stronger communities. And they have truly done just that. In the 16 years that the clinic has opened its doors, we've seen over 67,000 patient visits completely free of cost. And we provide primary medicine just like any other internist or family practitioner would. We just don't charge our patients. And then in addition to primary care medicine, we also offer 16 board-certified specialties that are provided by our volunteer physicians, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants. And I will let Dr. Petersheim talk to you a little bit more about what the clinic offers.
Thank you for inviting us to speak in front of the council and in front of the town. It's a pleasure to look after folks that find us to form a medical home, whereas otherwise they would use emergency rooms or urgent care clinics to spot weld their healthcare needs. So our goal is to establish an area where they can come reliably to the same quarterback to provide their primary care experience, but half of our, and that's about 19 providers that are primary care providers. The other half are specialists that do these specialties listed here, including orthopedics and dermatology. We have 2 dermatologists now, 2 orthopedists, 3 gynecologists, 3 urologists, 3 psychiatrists. We also have sleep apnea specialists, rheumatologists, nephrologists, an ENT physician. These are all specialties that really are wonderful to have within one building, one roof, so that an internal referral can be made and the experience, they know where to park, they know there's no charge, they get the right advice and the right treatment plan from one of these specialists. So it's a multi-specialty clinic. And just so you know where we are, we're on Maybank Highway. So we're halfway up Maybank Highway from Folly Road to Bohicket. It's right across the street from where there's a laundromat there. So 3226 Maybank Highway is our address. We send out referrals. Our referral system is to primarily the Roper Practice Partners at Roper St. Francis, who are really integral in the formation of the clinic, giving us access to free diagnostic tests, free x-rays, free complicated corrective actions such as advanced surgeries or eye care, especially, is normally addressed at the Storm Eye Institute. So that's how we take care of those issues. I would say, let's maybe go to the next slide. I'm technically challenged sometimes, so thank you. We've been able to help with this Protect, Prevent It project that's been supported by the town to help us gain access to payment for vaccines. When people show up to our clinic, many times they've never had a tetanus vaccine since they were in high school. So someone that's a carpenter that's not had a vaccine for 15 years, we give them a tetanus vaccine. And it's interesting that the most common presentation of lockjaw is in a woman who's gardening from cutting her hand. And so imagine all these construction workers that are going around with no tetanus vaccines. They all have jobs. Almost all of them have jobs. There's 2 homeless people in our population, but they all have jobs, but they don't have jobs that offer them benefits like insurance. So we can get them access to these vaccines. You can see the list here. They're the common adult vaccines. We've been able to expand our patient base, as Melissa said, to the Tri-County area. And we've also been trying to focus attention on our main diseases are hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and hyperlipidemia. We're going to buy a retinal camera to screen our diabetics to detect early retinal disease so that can be treated at Storm Eye with a minimal procedure, saving the majority of the vision instead of the late diagnosis when they bleed into their eye from these abnormal blood vessels and are essentially blinded, and we restore their ability to see light versus dark. So it's a drastic difference by detecting early. And that's one of our goals, and we appreciate the support you've given us to allow us to do these kind of things.
So the clinic doesn't take any federal or state funding whatsoever, and all of our income is generated by individual donations, private grants, including the town of Kiowa, as well as through our 3 annual fundraisers. All of our fundraisers, I'm proud to report, all take place on the island. We are closing off this year with our fashion show, which will be at the River Course on December 4th, and our golf tournament is scheduled for June 2nd, 2025 at the Ocean Course. We also do a sporting clays tournament, which is typically at the sporting club, and date to be determined for that. As the mayor mentioned, we have a volunteer board of directors, and we are extremely fortunate to include Stephanie Tillerson as our board chair, as well as other individuals who work and live on the islands, including Ryan Knitzer, Tom Nevin, Dan Wellen serves as our vice chair as well, as Pat Shedler. We have a very small staff at the clinic. We have just 10 paid employees, but we have over 120 volunteers who truly allow us to keep our doors open. Not only do many of our volunteers actually live on the island, but so do our patients. So about just over 60% of our current active patient list live in the 29455 zip code. And currently we serve over 120 patients who work as H-2B visa employees at Kiowa Island Golf Resort. Additionally, a significantly higher portion of our patients work in various trade industries or through hospitality, carpentry, plumbing, painting, landscaping, they all work on the island as well. So we are very well connected to Kiowa and really appreciate all of the support that we receive. If you're wondering how you can get involved or what we really need assistance with, I will let Dr. Peter Syme go ahead and share those ideas with you.
We would like to serve the 20 or 30,000 people that actually qualify in the Tri-County to get these services. We see 1,000 of them. So first, you can help by raising awareness that we exist with people that you know that they don't have insurance. So you can help us find patients or make them aware that these services are available. The second way you can help us is if you know anyone that has spare time that wants to be involved in projects related to the delivery of our healthcare system. That can be from the front desk answering questions. It can be involved with fundraising. It can be involved as a provider. If you know any retired providers that want to use their talents that remain inside them but haven't been able to find a way to get out and get back into the public eye, if they're still have a medical license in the state of South Carolina, we would be glad to incorporate them in our list of 41 providers. And another thing, a practical thing, you could help us argue in front of Mike Seekings and the CARTA board of getting a bus stop across the street or on the same side of the street as our clinic, so that people that live wherever they live that want to get free health care can get a ride on a bus and step off the bus and not have to walk them down Maybank Highway. We've had patients literally walk from Folly Road halfway up Maybank Highway to get care at our facility, and we just think that with the help of people that are involved with these systems of and transportation discussions, that could be something you could really help us with. So a bus stop would be very high on our list. And I really appreciate the opportunity and invitation to come and speak in front of everyone here today.
What about, one of the things we discussed is some of the specialties that you're in additional need of, and maybe the community people watch this, stream this. There are people that are, a lot of our residents are our retired doctors and nurses. So.
You mean by specialty, you mean specialty providers?
Yes.
So everybody knows there's a massive mental health need in our community. We have 3 psychiatrists, and so we could use, 30. We need more primary care providers that can help orchestrate and quarterback the services of a larger group of patients. And I would think that there'd be significant need for people that speak Spanish. Half of our clientele are Latino. A quarter of them rely strictly on the use of Spanish to express their symptoms and understand their treatment plans. So bilingual people are even more special to us. So those would all be helpful things. Thank you.
And then just one other specialty that we could really use assistance with would be ophthalmology or optometrists. We currently have 2, but we have a very long wait list for our patients. And nurses, we need volunteer nurses. So if anyone knows anyone, we would greatly appreciate that. But as Dr. Peter Syme said, we're really grateful for all the support we receive and allowing us to speak to you today. So if you're curious to learn more, please feel free to reach out with any questions. Otherwise, you can visit our website, www.bifmc.org, and you can go ahead and sign up to volunteer or get a tour of the clinic or just ask questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for Melissa or Dr. Peter Syme?
No questions, but Ms. Frank and Dr. Peter Syme, excellent job. I love the tour. Your place is awesome.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Appreciate it.
I have one quick question before you go. So I attended one of your fundraising events about a month ago. I got this shoulder problem now. Can you direct somebody to?
There's a brown liquor cure for that, and then there's Motrin.
Rub it on or?
Touche.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to touch upon some broader issues related to public safety during to my update, but at the end of the day, job one for the municipality is ensuring the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And critical to that is the extraordinary support we receive from St. John's Fire District and Chief Knitzer. And he's going to provide a update. I asked him to come in and provide us an update of their strategic plan. And based on prior conversations, they're not really primarily a fire department anymore, although recently we've had a kind of little run of structure fires on the island, unfortunately, but more in the medical care, emergency medical care business than anything else. But I thought it'd be useful for the council and the community as a whole to hear from Chief Knitzer as to what the near-term plans are for the St. John's Fire District.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to members of council for allowing me to speak in our citizens and friends of Kiowa Island as well too. So yeah, we're going to talk a little bit today about our strategic plan. I've given each of the council members a copy of that document. It's a bit lengthy, but I'm going to compact it down into a little short presentation for you today. And if there's anything you'd like to reference, I'd be happy to help you find it within that document as well too. First thing I wanted to do is just talk a little bit about who we are as St. John's Fire District for those that don't know, and a little bit about what we do. We were created way back in 1959. We're a special purpose district that was created by the General Assembly at the time to provide fire protection for the greater area of Johns Island, Kiowa, Seabrook, and Wadmalaw, what those were at the time. They started with one volunteer employee, and now we've grown to 144 full-time employees. 129 of those employees are in our operations division, which provides service to the 4 islands on a 24/7, 365-degree basis as well. There's 7 total fire stations within our district. 2 of those are located within Kiowa Island. You know, a little bit about who we are. We're our own self-sufficient organization. So we have our multiple divisions. There's operations, which are the people you probably interact with the most. Hopefully you never have to interact with them, is my hope, but those will be the people you see at our fire stations out in the field. We have professional standards division, which is our training, fire marshal division, which helps with things like building codes and new projects and things like that as well too. We have our administration, so that's again our own self-sufficient. So we provide our own human resources and finance divisions as well too. So likewise, like the town, we had a clean, unmodified opinion just in our recent audit as well too. So I want you to know that your tax dollars that are coming to St. John's Fire District are being used in the correct way, and internal controls are in place to prevent any misuse as well too. And I'll touch on a little bit of our special operations today as well. You know, so what we do, we average about 4,000 incidents responses throughout the district. 80% of those incidents are EMS calls or emergency medical services. It's really what we do. A lot of people, there was a day when St. John's was just a fire department, but we are much more than that. We are really your front line, and those people are usually there first in the event of a medical emergency. And 80% of our people, that number's probably a little bit higher now because we just graduated a couple classes, are EMT basic or higher. And I'm proud to announce starting next week, we'll have an ALS, we'll have our ALS license, and we'll have a paramedic stationed at our Station 4 in Kiowa 24/7, 365 starting next week, as well too, operating out of a Ford Explorer on that. So, and I'll touch on that a little bit. Not so much on Kiowa Island, but in our district, we do a high volume of vehicle collisions and vehicle extrications, which means we have to get people out of cars as the population grows out here. I'm sure some of you have sat in traffic before out on Johns Island, but we've got a kind of a growing suburban population on rural roads, which is a recipe for a lot of vehicle collisions. So we've upgraded our equipment in that area and our training to be able to handle those situations when they happen. And then also natural and man-made incident command. I'll touch on those a little bit as well too. Like I said, it's a little bit of everything. We talk about those, we obviously still do fires. That's what we train a lot for as well too, but we also have, like I said, the vehicle collisions, and I view our role as the fire district and the fire department as kind of those gap fillers. I used to say, well, we do everything but bad guys and guns, But the truth is, we're involved with those situations as well too, because when those incidents happen, whether it's an active shooter or something similar, we're usually dispatched as well too with the police to mitigate anything that's happening there as well. But whether that's cats stuck in trees, I say that jokingly, but when we're called for that, we'll show up and we'll do that because we'll try to fix any situation that's thrown at us. So really, and it's, yes, incident response is a big part of what we do, but something that the district, and I think we do well at, and we're going to continue to push forward, is risk reduction. So preventing the incident before it happens is very, very important to us. So we're going to continue to do and find ways to teach our community to prevent incidents as well too. So a big thing for us, we first developed, it's been a long time since we've done this, but we developed our strategic plan, our next 5-year strategic plan. Some of those pictures you see on the left are inside this room right here. Our goal was to first bring in our community stakeholders and ask them, how do you feel about St. John's Fire District? What do you want to see St. John's Fire District providing as a service? And what level of service does that provide as well too? So really out of that, I'll go into these a little bit more in depth. There are six big themes: recruitment, retention, EMS, those medical services, our metrics, career paths for our employees. I think I messed up number 5 there, but I'll come back to that. My apologies. And then number 6, accreditation. Number 5 is supposed to be capital projects. Excuse me, something didn't get filled out there. I apologize for that. So our big one on our strategic plan, our first point was effectively recruit qualified candidates and then retain those employees as well too. I'm also proud to announce that it's been, since the time I've been at St. John's, which was 2016, we've never been fully staffed. We're fully staffed today as I stand here before you. So we have all but one position that's our county manager filled, but all of our operations positions are filled at this time. So now we have them in and we've spent money to train them. I want to keep them as our employees as well too. So we're committed to our personnel, to professional development and growing those employees in their roles. It's I don't think any surprise to everybody, it's very expensive to live even in our district whatsoever. Our neighborhood across from our headquarters is 2,000 square foot homes at $700,000. And a firefighter can't afford that on a $50,000 salary as well too. So our goal there for our strategic plan is to keep investing in our employees and then also being competitive in the marketplace with salaries and benefits as well too, to retain those good employees and keep them at St. John's. Next piece was that EMS piece. So our stakeholders told us the number 2 thing you can provide us is good EMS coverage and care as well too. So in our strategic plan, we're going to continue to look at ways that we can enhance those services. Charleston County EMS does provide the ambulance transport. We also work with Beach Patrol as well too on our EMS response, particularly on the island. But we're going to grow that as well too as our population grows. Also as our population gets older as well too, those incidents are going to keep occurring. So our first strategy is risk reduction. How do we reduce those incidents from happening? And then also how do we continue to meet those demands as well too? Metrics. A big thing for us was we were a data desert for a very, very long time. We couldn't really tell you up or down on some of these things. So our big thing is establishing better data and metrics so that we can determine our reach to people, how we're able to engage, and then are we actually effective in what we're doing and services we're providing as well. Again, career paths, this goes into that retention piece as well too. Our employees, who are a big part of the strategic planning process, says, how do we get from, I come in the door as a firefighter, and then in 15, 20 years, I want to be a battalion chief or an assistant chief. How do I go from A to Z? And like I said, there's all these different things within our department as well too, whether it's the fire marshal division, training division, there's different career paths for our employees, and we want to make sure that we set them up to succeed and put them in the right career paths that they will be engaged in as well too. Next part is that big district capital resources. I'll touch on this a little bit. You've got 2 newer, I say newer, they're built within the last 6-7 years, 2 newer fire stations on Kiowa Island. So we're committed to having sustainable facilities that will last you a long time and be stewards of your money there. I wouldn't say though, I think we all know the cost of construction and the cost of everything has escalated. So we're having to plan out quite a bit for fire stations and apparatus. A fire apparatus pre-COVID, for me to order a fire engine, which has the water tank and all our hoses, was about $450,000. I just bought one for $980,000 of the exact same truck. So we've had to plan out quite a bit. Also, there are some very long lead times. So those 2 trucks I just ordered last month have a 42-month wait time. And that's industry-wide as well, too. So we're already looking at what we need for fire apparatus 4 or 5 years from now and getting those orders in, which has been a difficult change for us as well, too. The last thing is prepare for, pursue, achieve, and maintain international accreditation. The fire departments, there is an accreditation model for fire departments. We're hoping in the next few years to achieve that accreditation. What that means is that it's a continuous improvement process. It's a process that we can go into. We turn over every single page of every single thing we do in the fire district, finances, human resources, response times, turnout, anything you can think of. We turn that over, we say how we're doing it and how we're going to keep improving it as well too. And then we come back every couple of years and update those as well. The strategic plan is a big part of that. We also do a risk assessment of our entire district and how we respond to those risks. And then also a self-assessment, which is, again, going through every single piece of that as well, too. The other accredited departments in this area are the City of Charleston, North Charleston, and Mount Pleasant, and we'd like to join them because it is the highest standard that we can do as a fire department, and we want to meet that standard. So I'll point on just a couple of these on just a little bit more detail as well. Like I mentioned, EMS was identified as a community priority. There is a desired higher level of service throughout our community as well too, and we want to meet that need as well. So we've ventured into having paramedics and advanced life support options. We're going to continue to grow that program. I appreciated being supported this year by the Kiowa SATAX Committee and SATAX money to help us put these people directly on Kiowa Island. I don't want it to stop at Kiowa Island though. I want to provide that for our other areas of our jurisdiction. We talk about parts of Johns Island and Wamala. They may have lower populations, but they're also our highest acuity patients. They're our sickest patients. And when I think of EMS, and a reason I joined the board for the free clinic as well too, is there is a gap in our area of healthcare. And even if it's for us as a fire district, giving somebody a ride to the clinic just because they don't have a car, I want to be able to fill that gap for them as well too. So we're going to keep working on that. We're going to keep working with Charleston County EMS to provide an excellent service. They have an ambulance at our Station 6 on Kiowa. We're going to continue that partnership and keep moving forward on how we can better provide EMS service as well too. Like I said, when we talk about EMS, there's lots of things. We do active shooter drills. We train for pretty much everything. We're with Beach Patrol and helping things on the beach as well too, and then also providing CPR classes. Again, that more people that we can get to learn CPR and quick access to AEDs, the better outcomes we can have as well too. Other big current issues, the big one that hopefully we can avoid for the nearest future, but we see these kind of storms every single year, are hurricanes and tropical storms as well too. So we've made a big investment as the fire district to be that emergency management arm to provide all the resources we can in the event of a hurricane or a natural disaster as well too. Several of our people were deployed for Hurricane Helene, worked incident management in the upstate of South Carolina, came back with some really, really good information on things we can improve. We right away went and purchased Starlink for all of our fire stations because the only way for they were to communicate up there, even first responders, was through Starlink and the deployment of that as well too. So we do have satellite radios and phones and things like that as well too, but we're going to keep working on that. And as we move through, water is an issue. The picture on the right is in front of Station 4 on Kiowa during a recent, that was the December storm of last year as well too. So we're going to keep working and chipping away at resources that we can provide that when these high water situations happen, we're able to still respond effectively in those. The picture on the left is our current high water vehicle. It's in rough shape. It was a reclaim from the state government as well too, but we're looking at different ways so we can fund those high water vehicles so that we're able to respond. That December event was I think everybody was caught a little bit on the back foot that day, but we definitely were. I won't deny that, but we want to be able to. We had flooded cars. You can see, I think there's a little Toyota there in the background that I think we wound up getting those people out right after the picture was taken as well too. So can't deny that there's weather and there's water, and we need to be able to respond to incidents effectively with those. Again, I mentioned capital projects. Pictures of Station 6 and now Station 4 has been completed the last couple of years as well too. We also have our Marine team and Marine unit there. That's our new metalcraft boat that's went on several emergencies already. So these are the capital projects kind of directly related to Kiowa, but I'll also tell you that we've got 2 future capital projects that we're running concurrently and just going to design for right now. Fire Station 5, which is just down River Road. They are in desperate need of a new station replacement there. We are also we own 6 acres there. We're going to build a new training facility as well too. Part of my goal is to have you the best trained and well-prepared firefighters in this area and in the state as well too. I need the facility to do that as well too, and do that effectively. So it won't exactly look like the picture you see on the right, but we're about to build a new training facility for our people as well too. And the other one that's about to go out, the RFQ for design, is Kiowa River. So as you come down the road, you turn into Kiowa River. About a quarter mile down, we have a piece of property within Kiowa River to build another fire station there. Where that helps Kiowa, the town specifically, is that is another unit that's very close to provide service in the event of a structure fire, or when we have a larger package to respond as well too. That will be right there and closer for us to be able to supply that for you as well.
Will that one also be a Charleston EMS facility?
Yes, so they will own the property. We're actually gonna have 2 separate facilities though, as well too. But yes, their long-term plan is to have another EMS facility there as well too. Yep. Another thing we've done, and I'll finish up here, is we've really pushed forward our training the last year and getting the right personnel in our training division and expanding that. I developed Office of Professional Standards. I want you to have the best, well-trained professional firefighters responding to you for any emergency as well too. So we've made a significant investment with that. Now our firefighters are completing several different standards throughout the month that they have to hit. And it's not supposed to be punitive. It's meant to coach them and get them better as well too. So we're working on those facilities and the work there to have a highly trained fire department. And the last thing I said, we talked about recruitment and retention. The best thing about St. John's Fire District is the people that work for us, and the people that a lot of them don't live in this area. They can choose to work for a lot of fire departments. There's 14 full-time fire departments in Charleston County. We've improved our retention rate. I'm grateful for the people that work for St. John's. They do an excellent job, and I'm proud of the work they do on a day in and day out basis. So if anybody has any questions, sorry, I know I was breezing there, but I know it's a full agenda. So
How are you funded?
So we are funded by straight property tax. So if you look on your tax bill, you'll have St. John's Fire District on there, and you're taxed at a millage rate, which I forget it right off the top of my head this minute, but you'll have that on there. And that one number though, part of that goes to our operating costs, and the other part of that goes to those capital projects fund as well too. Unfortunately, some of those things like the accommodations tax, we try to dip into those as much as we possibly can as well too, as an alternative source of funding. But obviously there's rules and things around that as well. So.
Well, you've helped me out a couple of times with a garage door that wouldn't open by itself, and with neighbors who have faced medical emergencies. Great. And I thank you so much for your service.
Appreciate that. Yep.
Any other questions for the chief?
None.
Thank you very much for the update. We really appreciate your partnership with the town of Kiowa Island. Updates. I will begin. The first item is, I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but that by state law, the accommodations taxes that we receive, 30% of them are required to go toward a tourism promotion marketing entity. The town sends its tourism promotion dollars to the Charleston Visitors Bureau. We could establish our own Visitors Bureau, but we, like most towns, utilize Charleston Visitors Bureau. And I was a liaison and on the board of CVB when I first became a council member, and have continued that relationship. Early on in the discussion, they were talking about a potentially new advertising campaign, tourism promotion for Kiowa Island. And I said, can we think outside the box about how we might look at that rather than the typical just showing people walking around fresh fields or walking on the beach or playing golf or playing tennis or pickleball? Might we promote Kiowa, the unique aspects of Kiowa, particularly with regard to our natural environment and native wildlife? They fully embrace that idea. And it's been now over a period, I don't know how many months, Aaron, but Aaron has been working with the CVB staff, and our own Jim Jordan as you will see, was intimately involved in this project. And what's come out of that has just been finalized. Now, for the first time, we're getting a preview of that effort.
To fully grasp the importance of Kiowa's incredible ecosystem, you have to see it for yourself. Whether that's exploring the twisting marsh creeks on an eco tour, taking a walk down the beach to see the dolphin strand feeding, or volunteering with the Turtle Patrol, visitors and locals alike can experience these natural wonders every day. I'm Jim Jordan, wildlife biologist for the town of Kiowa Island for over 20 years. My guiding light is to maintain the thriving ecosystem on this 5,000-acre barrier island as close to how it was a century ago. Every species on the island is integral to our natural community, whether they are seasonal visitors or year-round residents. Dolphins grace our shores every day, but what sets these dolphins apart is their distinctive hunting technique, known as strand feeding. The dolphins work as a team to corral fish towards the shore. They create a wave thrusting themselves and their prey out of the water, where they can easily enjoy their catch. Once they finish, they use their tails to wiggle back into the creek. This unique hunting method happens only in a few places around the world and can be observed from the shorelines of Captain Sam Spit, just a short walk down the beach from Beachwalker Park. Kiowa is home to more than 300 species of birds. Migratory birds like salt marsh sparrows and painted buntings find sanctuary here. And during the red knot spring migration, our beaches host thousands of these federally threatened shorebirds, a significant portion of the East Coast population. Kiowa was once celebrated for its thriving bobcat population, but their numbers have dramatically declined due to the use of certain rat poisons. Although these elusive creatures are rarely seen, their presence is vital to maintain the island's natural ecosystem. Continued efforts are crucial to ensure the survival and recovery of Kiowa's iconic bobcats. Every summer, hundreds of loggerhead sea turtles make their way to the Carolina coast to lay their eggs. Kiowa is a popular destination due to the quiet, dark, and expansive beachfront. While most sea turtles nest at night, if you're lucky, you might catch one completing its nest just as the sun rises. Under the stars, a few months after the nest is laid, the hatchlings are born and make their way to the ocean, starting the next generation. A few days later, the Turtle Patrol takes inventory of each nest. often finding a few stragglers that need a little extra help to reach the sea. Now the young turtles must survive the challenges of the ocean. If they do, the females might one day return to this very beach to lay their own eggs, continuing the cycle. Everyone can get involved by supporting conservation efforts and respecting nature. This includes not feeding animals like alligators and maintaining a safe distance from all wildlife. Kiowa's turtles, dolphins, birds, and so many other critters have called this island home long before we did, and we hope they continue to do so. Together we can ensure Kiowa Island continues to inspire and captivate visitors for years to come.
As Jim said, channeling David Attenborough.
Where will this be shown?
I think this will maybe running out front here, but this will also be part of Explore Charleston's website. But Aaron, you can say kind of where one can access this.
It'll be on their website, and we'll also be able to use the footage for our website, our YouTube channel, and social media as well.
Superb job.
Really highlights what is truly unique and special about Kiowa Island. Thanks to Jim, thanks to Aaron and the CVB team for putting it together. I thought it was extraordinary, and I'm certainly very pleased with it. That actually segues into another topic I wanted to touch upon, which is volunteerism and opportunities for volunteerism here on Kiowa Island. And as many extraordinary volunteers as we do have serving in different capacities around the island, I'm going to touch upon some of those. I think we can probably harness even more of the expertise and willingness to roll up your sleeves and help on a wide range of different projects. I, along with Councilmember Kay and Councilmember Berner, recently were fortunate to join the year-end dinner for the Turtle Patrol, for example, which is more than 100 people were at that dinner. Nice fried chicken dinner over at the Sandcastle, but that was only a third of the...
My name is Farrell, not Berner.
Sorry, my apologies. Looking the wrong
But
direction.
I'm on the
That's all.
Turtle Patrol, I just wasn't
Turtle
here.
Patrol, okay.
I know we look alike, but come on.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say. 300 plus volunteers participate in the Turtle Patrol. They can always use more. Our shorebird stewards, we recently had a hearing about dog leash issues and the shorebird stewards, and we just saw a snippet of why that is so important here. The dolphin education program run by the Marine Mammal Network and Lauren Rust. Bird banding, a lot of opportunities for volunteerism with bird banding. That's just on the wildlife side. That's probably where most of the excitement is. Well, now actually we have opportunities perhaps for new projects with like Mingo Point on creating living shorelines.
Your ability to anticipate is astounding. I actually have some slides that talk about some opportunities on the environmental committee side.
Okay,
that I can delay.
we'll certainly
do that
come
later.
up to that. So, and that then segues into, that's kind of dealing with protecting our natural environment and our native wildlife. Perhaps not as exciting in some respects, but we have a number of standing committees and statutory committees, and we're always looking for good people on the island for those. Councilmember Kay can touch upon the Environmental Committee, extraordinarily broad mandate. Councilmember Berner, not Farrell, Berner over here, Farrell there, chairs the Public Safety Committee, and under the ambit of the Public Safety Committee is the CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, that's been a little bit moribund. but we're going to try to resuscitate CERT and make it a more integral part of emergency planning and public safety initiatives on the island. We have the Arts Council. For those who weren't able to participate, there were about 300 people at the West Beach Conference Center this weekend. An extraordinary program by the Charleston Symphony Orchestra with a full William Tell overture, not just the Lone Ranger part of it. It was extraordinarily good. And Audit Committee, we talked about the Audit Committee. We do need to, notwithstanding the very nice comments about the work of the Audit Committee with regard to engaging with our auditor, there are additional things that we probably can or should be doing as an Audit Committee going forward, apropos of some of the comments that you raised. So we welcome people with relevant expertise. And then there are the statutory committees, the Planning Committee, BZA, Construction Board, and ATAX committees. Those have kind of defined memberships. The statutory committees all have defined terms, so it's only occasionally the case that spots are open for those. We need to do a better job. We've been communicating with those. All the other committees I talked about, those are only one-year terms. So each and every year, there's an opportunity for community members to join those. So we will be putting out additional communications over this next week. Those terms all end at the end of January, so over the holidays and into January. If there are people, we'll be putting out notices. Please send us your indications of interest, and the committee chairs and others will begin the process of seeing if we can add additional committee members. So please stay tuned for that. I alluded to earlier on to a broader range of comments about public safety related issues. So we are kind of reassessing more broadly under the leadership of Council Member Berner as Public Safety Chair, and through the town's engagement with a number of our stakeholders, what we're doing to best enhance the public safety of our citizens. That's why we invited Chief Knitzer here today. Early in the new year, there's going to be an election for a new Charleston County. Well, there's an election today for a new Charleston County Sheriff. We may or may not have a new sheriff, but we'll know that later today. Regardless, we've had a number of recent conversations and meetings with the CCSO leadership, and we're going to sit down and have a broader discussion about cooperation and collaboration early in the new year. The one thing that I do want to try to allay any concerns or misconceptions about, and unfortunately I'd heard this in a couple places recently, is that we don't have law enforcement. We have very limited law enforcement coverage on Kiowa Island. Now, put aside the fact that we have our code enforcement staff, and we're going to be doing more on that. We're going to hear a report about code enforcement, both beach patrol as well as the daytime code enforcement officers. KICA has a security force, and they have folks that to enforce KICA rules and regulations. You see the KICA security trucks going on the island. The resort has its own security personnel. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office, there's a lot of attention's been paid to the fact that until about a year and a half ago now, we had a dedicated contract for on-duty deputies during the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift. And that went away, and all of a sudden there was this misconception, I've heard it in a number of contexts, that we no longer have sheriff's coverage, law enforcement coverage on Kiowa Island after 7 o'clock. That is categorically untrue. What happened after the cancellation of that contract is a new district was created by the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. It used to be just District 10, which was all of Johns Island and Wadmalaw. District 11 was created, and that provided dedicated 2 patrol officers plus a supervisor in District 11 covering Edenvale South. That's from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. After 7 p.m., you still have the ordinary reverse to District 10. You have Johns Island-wide law enforcement coverage. That's patrol. There may always be detectives or traffic enforcement, others out. But in addition to that, the town has had the entire time a contract for off-duty deputies. And that it's a 24/7 opportunity for deputies to come and serve on Kiowa Island when they're not on duty at the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. That's up to 2 deputies for each shift, in addition to those that are on duty. The upshot is that in September alone, we had 800 hours of off-duty deputy coverage on Kiowa Island. 800 hours in 1 month, 700 some the month before that, 821 hours the month before that. It doesn't mean necessarily that we have somebody on duty on island, off duty, sitting on Kiowa Island 24/7, but it comes pretty close to that. And I think there was only one day in September, for example, that post 7 p.m. that we didn't actually have somebody from the 4 p.m. to midnight shift. So to say that we don't have coverage after 7 p.m. when the district changes from District 11 to District 10 is just incorrect. This is all part of a process the town is undertaking to assess law enforcement coverage and any potential gaps in that coverage and how we might most appropriately respond to that. But I do want to dissuade any concerns that anybody may have that there simply isn't any law enforcement coverage on Kiowa Island after 7 p.m. and before 7 a.m. That's simply not correct. Last item that second to last item, you may have seen, if you're paying attention to Kiowa Island, the Island Park Place, otherwise known as the Medical Health and Wellness Village, has been resuscitated. So this is the proposal, which is about, planned development about a half-mile up the road for what is characterized as a health and wellness village. As many of you may recall, that was considered by the Charleston County Planning Commission about just a little less than a year ago. The planning staff recommended to disapprove that project as out of scope and scale with the surrounding community. The planning commission itself voted unanimously to disapprove that project. Subsequent to that, I facilitated a meeting with the developer and a number of Johns Island stakeholders to try to see if there could be some Andel West-like process that we could engage in that would lead to an outcome about which the community could coalesce, scaled down, appropriate to the site, really meeting the needs of the community. Unfortunately, as we noted at that time, there were very modest concessions that were offered by the developer coming out of one single meeting, no intention to actually engage in a process with the community. And they went forward with those modest concessions and requested a vote, sought a vote of the council. The council that time voted 4-3 against approval. Interesting, it was only 4-3 against, given the fact that it was a unanimous vote against on the part of the Planning Commission and the planning staff. Well, that project is now back before the Planning Commission. There's a hearing on November 18th. What I find extraordinarily disconcerting is that the plan that's submitted, and it's back before the Planning Commission, is exactly the same plan that the council disapproved back in February. So it's 129,000 square feet. The new MUSC facility is going to be a little over 12,000 square feet. So think about a supposed health and wellness village with 10 MUSCs just up the road. 14,000 square feet of restaurant space, which is, I think, for comparison purposes, 48 Wine Bar is 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, so 4 to 5 restaurants, apartments, et cetera. It's just a large mixed-use development. So anyway, just pay attention. This is what's now before the Planning Commission, whether the council, qua council, or I, or individually, we can send comment letters if you're interested in what's potentially moving up, just up the street. Stay tuned because there will be more information coming out about this. The last item in my update is just very briefly mention the mediation process that's been ongoing, led primarily by council members Berner and Farrell. The town put out a brief update on last Friday, so if you didn't get a chance to read that, there isn't really a lot more news to report. It was at the last council meeting a month ago where we approved the mediation settlement agreement. So the town council approved that, and the developer had executed that as well. But that mediation settlement agreement was conditioned upon agreement with regard to some additional exhibits and site plans that had to be submitted. That process took a little while. Thank you again to Councilmember Berner and Councilmember Farrell for the extraordinary amount of time you've invested in this. It then has to be approved by a court. It hasn't been yet. We anticipate it should be soon. I know everybody's been interested in a lot more granularity of detail, but that's probably not going to be forthcoming until we have court approval, and then we'll be able to share anything. But I don't know if any Councilmember Berner or Councilmember Farrell want to add anything to that. And that is my update. Councilmember Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have been probably the busiest I've ever been since being on town council, having a lot of fun, though. Segueing into your mediation statement, there really isn't anything to say. We did work, Mr. Farrell and I did work on the final site plan that was included with the mediation statement, and that's all being worked out. No hiccups there. We discussed at the last meeting that it was going to be up a drop-off point near where Beachwalker Park is, and that's still going to be the case. I guess the only new thing is that on the utmost preliminary basis, the developer has started talking, and I can't emphasize enough, talking about a planned development. And that's it. That is it. Nothing has been submitted, nothing. I just wanted to dispel any kinds of rumors. All he's doing is talking, and it was really more so with respect to the process. So Mr. Farrell and I emphasized to him, the first step in the process is to meet with the community that's involved, the interested parties, and discuss with them the wants and desires. And that hasn't happened yet either, and is nowhere on the calendar. But I just wanted to let you guys know that's coming. I don't know the time frame, but that's coming. Nothing, again, has been submitted. Nothing has been approved. It's just talking at this point. Mr. Bell talked about the police study. Maybe he didn't talk about the police study. He talked about policing on the island. Had a big meeting with them on October 25th. The police consultant's job, his charter, is to analyze the number of events we've had on the island and suggest improvements to the police coverage on the island. So we had a preliminary meeting with the consultant on the 28th, last week or so, to review his preliminary status of the data analysis. He's looking at the types of 9/11 calls we're having, the durations on site, things of that nature. Based on my engineering background, I requested him to do a different kind of analysis because, for example, he lumped everything together, the entire 24-hour period, rather than breaking it down into shift 1, shift 2, shift 3, which could be very telling as to what has to happen during the morning, afternoon, evening shift. So he said he was going to do that, and we'll get perhaps better granularity about what is happening during the different parts of the day, because right now it's all melted together and you can't really figure out if we have a problem at the nighttime or daytime. So anyway, the other thing I wanted to emphasize, this is not a study to support creating our own police force. It is not. Of course, that could be his recommendation, but this is not one of those situations where the town wants a police force and we're going out to get a consultant to support it. I can't emphasize enough because a lot of people have come up to me saying, why are you going for a police force? We're not. We're not. We're just studying, and we're going to wait and see what the consultant says. No conclusions yet from that consultant. We don't have a date for the next meeting yet, but that's what's being worked on. The last thing I want to talk about is CERT, what Mr. Mayor also discussed, is the Community Emergency Response Team. Really good group of people doing a lot of potentially good things on the island. They have been, unfortunately, rather dormant for the last 2 years. So what CERT is, C-E-R-T, is they help in emergency preparations for an event like a hurricane coming in. They help before the event occurs, and they help after the event occurs, and they'll help during the event if necessary. So what does this mean? They'll help prepare the beach before a hurricane comes. If an event happens to be like a hurricane number 1, they'll be out on the island helping to direct traffic if that's what's directed, helping in the life-saving activities. All the members on CERT are trained. They're trained in CPR. We have nurses involved. They're trained in security, and we have engineers. The other things that they will do is they'll go in as the first response team once, if there's an evacuation, the part of the first response team to go in and to assess what's happening on the island. What has to be done to get the community back on the island? Unfortunately, this group for emergency situations, as I said, has been dormant. Last week or 2, I took over the lead for it, and I'm resurrecting and restarting CERT from the emergency part, and I'm going to make this the best CERT team in county. They have been involved on non-emergency situations doing things for the resort. For example, tomorrow I have a meeting with the resort for the upcoming marathon. CERT will be involved along the marathon route looking for participants who are in distress. And they will assist them. The life-saving and medical training will help take care of people in distress and to get them calm before the EMS people can arrive, and that's going to be their job. So, make a long story short, we have about 30 members of CERT looking for more. If you're looking to really be part of the community, this is a great way to do it because you're going to be out there helping others in our community, as well as guests and visitors. But I encourage you all to join that if you're interested in it. Mr. Belt, it's back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Berner. Councilmember Kay.
Okay, first, I've had 3 friends and neighbors asking me about CERT recently, so
We're restarting it. Yeah.
I'm thrilled that you're taking the lead on this because it's a great organization
is.
and it's great service. As most of you know, I'm one of the people who's involved with all the environmental committee business, and I wanted to provide everybody with an update on the pet restraint work that's been going forward. Again, just for review purposes, this has been a process that began last February when the shorebird stewards came to the town and indicated that there was a problem with the protection of our nesting shorebirds. And so the town asked Jim Jordan and his group to look into it and to come up with recommendations, perhaps draft an ordinance, review and revise the ordinance that exists to establish our policies around the dog ordinance, pet restraint, off-leash ordinance. So an update there. Dogs are currently allowed without a leash on the mile-long stretch of beach that's between the beach club and the ocean course all year round. And this zone, this no-leash zone, is not being eliminated. And that was the first piece of misinformation that was out there. And so there was a lot of community reaction to that misinformation. Again, there is not going to be the elimination of that no-leash zone. However, because there have been some evidence of new nesting shorebirds, the committee that was formed to look at this came up with the suggestion that off-leash zone would be reduced for 4 months during the period of time when the shorebirds are nesting. and leashes would only be required where signage at that point indicated that there was a nesting area. So the current ordinance, there's a draft ordinance right now that's on its way out to the Environmental Committee. Ultimately, if it moves forward, it will go to town council, but right now it is still in the draft stage and about to go to the Environmental Committee. And that would require that leashes be used in the designated seasonal dog use areas starting on March 15th. The proposed ordinance would require leashes beginning on February 28th. The community had said, well, if you're going to move that period of time, then can you give us additional time at the beginning of the season in October? So that change has also been made, again, to try to exceed as much as possible with the community's wishes. So then we had a public forum back in October, and we had lots and lots of people who were in attendance. We had dozens more letters from people in the community. There were two major issues that were raised by the folks who were opposed to any change at all in the dog leash ordinance. One was that the mandatory leash zone could just arbitrarily be either moved, shifted, or enlarged by the town biologist, kind of without any oversight. The other was the expressed concern about the lack of data that existed to support the contention that off-leash dogs were considered threatening to our shorebirds. So how did we address it? Well, we revised the language of the ordinance number one by very strictly defining now what is the off-leash zone. So in other words, we had talked about a couple of options like having council or mayoral oversight over that area, but instead decided to go with a really strict definition of that zone within the ordinance. So nothing can be changed without the town biologist or anybody else coming back to town council and having a revised ordinance. So we felt that we kind of locked down that objection. The second was about lack of data. And during the public hearing that we had last month, we had Jim Jordan and Aaron Givens, our two town biologists, presented data. We had some other outside agencies producing data. And in the meantime, we've got other paper citations or study citations that we're providing out to the community. So there were, again, most of the letters that we got were opposed to changes to the ordinance. But we also got a number that were really very objective and clear in support of the shorebirds. And I would like to just read from one of them, because this is an issue that's really complex and I thought that this one particular letter handled the complexity of the issue very well. This is from a woman who is both a shorebird steward and a dog owner and dog lover. And she was talking about her experiences and the fact that we had so many of the folks from the dog community saying that, you know, their dogs are very well controlled, very well behaved, and that's very true. And her comment here was, "It's great that our dogs are so well behaved, and it's a joy to see them having fun, but while they're having the time of their lives, the birds are fearing for their lives. A well-trained dog can create almost as much destruction as one that runs wild." And that's because the dog doesn't need to run into the birds or over the nest in order to disturb them. The birds see all dogs as predators, whether or not they're on a leash. Shorebirds are particularly vulnerable to large mammals because they eat and nest on the ground. Migrating shorebirds rest on the beaches that our dogs play on. When a bird sees your dog playing happily nearby, its anxiety level skyrockets. Given enough instances of such anxiety, the bird, her eggs, and her chicks could all perish. Then she addresses the issue of additional studies and notes that a study that was designed to be specific to Kiowa at this point in time, number one, would take several years, and one point of a blinded study would be to close the beach to all traffic. And I don't think anybody wants that. But her point, the letter writer's point, was that such a study wouldn't tell us anything we don't already know. Study after study has shown without a doubt that dogs on beaches hurt shorebirds' chances of survival. And then she cites several different studies by scientists, biologists, the Audubon Society, and I have copies of those, and we can post those with one of Aaron's communications in an e-blast so that people can see them themselves. But this one gentleman, Nolan Schillerstorp, who has conducted studies on Kiowa and Seabrook, has said conclusively that human and dog disturbances, while often unintentional, can have significant cumulative impacts on shorebirds. Many beachgoers, especially beachgoers with dogs, disturb birds without even realizing it. Individuals with the best intentions can unintentionally contribute to this problem, which makes it a particularly challenging issue to address. And that's the point. This is a very, very, very challenging issue. And the town, the folks who are at this point working on it from the subcommittee of the Environmental Committee have really tried to take a lot of community input into consideration and come up with reasonable and we hope acceptable solutions or at least approaches. So, last thing I'll say from this letter is that I think it's a really excellent model of the kind of objective and well-researched and civil kind of engagement from the community that we appreciate so much here up on council. So, what else have we done? The subcommittee that's been working on this has made an awful lot of progress. We had a thorough audit of the signage that was at the beach, identified what was still needed. We've been increasing our efforts to educate and inform folks on the rules of the beach, on how turtles and shorebirds are threatened. We are encouraging compliance with existing rules and regulations, and we worked with the resort to increase signage up at the ocean course to try to keep golfers out of the dunes. And we've got continuing educational efforts from Erin and her group in communications that we'll be working on. The next step is a meeting on November 13th with the Environmental Committee. This is the committee that will will look at the recommendations that are coming forth from our subcommittee and will determine whether or not they want to recommend whether or not that draft ordinance moves forward to town council. So that's your first big opportunity for additional community engagement, November 13th. And then there's the continued opportunity for written comment. I think, Erin, you just updated that this morning, that we had more comments. And is that posted? Okay, so it's just, well, continue to submit anything in writing that you'd like. And that will be the last stage toward whether or not town council takes any action on the draft ordinance. Oh. I didn't know that was up. Okay, so that's it on the dog leash. The mayor had mentioned that there were opportunities for additional volunteering. We've had a lot of interest, as you can well imagine, in the various environmental committees and subcommittees. You can move it forward a slide. This is kind of how the environmental committee and subcommittee structure works. I'm in the middle of it all with 4 subcommittees. Only one of these is an officially established committee with its own charter, and that's the Environmental Committee. Can you move it forward? Thanks, Petra. So this is who will be meeting up on the 13th. I chair it, but it's Jim Jordan and Lee Bundrich from the Conservancy, Lynn Sager from Turtle Patrol, Aaron Givens from our biology department, couple of Liz King with the resort, Matt Hill with Kika, Tommy Manuel from ARB, and then Pam Wilson, Cindy Pera, and Linda Leffner are all members of from our community. We just filled this committee out just boy, it was before I left, I think in May. But if you're interested, this is one that you can submit for. We'll be reviewing this, although again, this is the most current membership that we've got. A committee that we ask a lot of. Next slide. We've also got a beach walkover subcommittee right now. We've wrestled through a lot of different issues on this, and right now this one is a little bit dormant. Move forward. This is the most active one that I just talked about, gave you the full update on. This is chaired by town biologist Aaron Given, our pet restraint and shorebird protection subcommittee. There's only 4 people on this committee. I don't know that we'll be expanding this, because once this is moved to environmental committee and then on to the town council, we will have a resolution one way or the other. Next, Petra. This bridge subcommittee, again, we just reviewed this membership a couple of months ago, so it's probably pretty up to date. But this subcommittee has been looking at potential ramp construction where the bridge is. You all noticed the 10 parking places along the side of the road. Well, we've wrestled with some of the damage to the marsh down where people are launching their kayaks and their paddle boards, and people are fishing. We've got a lot of interesting dynamics going on because there's the historical context of folks from Johns Island who have used that as a fishing spot for generations. We've looked at a lot of different options here to try to address and resolve some of these issues, and an awful lot of them have been inspected and analyzed and then said, no, probably that's not going to work. So we will continue to keep it alive and provide you with updates. And then the last one is the Marsh Management Pervious Surfaces Subcommittee. This started off as a massive kind of county-wide initiative to deal with issues that are identified in the Marsh Management Comprehensive Plan. It has morphed. And the first stage you'll see actually in an ordinance, it's on our agenda later today, to pervious surfaces, and to what some of the folks at the very beginning of the meeting commented on in our public comments. We'll see what happens with that, but we've decided that we're going to take this one big issue at a time rather than attack the entire Marsh Management Comprehensive Plan, which is massive. So the first topic here that John Taylor and Petrea attacked was the pervious surfaces. So you'll hear an update on that a little bit later. Anyway, get in touch with me if you're interested in me or Stephanie or Petra. If you're interested in serving on any of these committees and subcommittees, we'll be looking hard at some restaffing effective at the end of January, Brett?
The terms are up per charter at the end of January 31. So we'll probably start the more formal process, start putting out more notices here over the next month or so, and then the review process would take place during January.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember?
Okay, how about everybody stand up? Shake, stretch. It's been like 4 hours since I got to speak last, so I want to make sure I have your attention. And I'm going to talk to the mayor about me always going last, because Buddy, sit down. Sit down. I'm going to have just a couple of quick things, and I'm going to do this in less than 5 minutes. So first, we've had a lot of talk about environmental. We approved a small contribution to an organization last week or 2 weeks ago to start hiring interns for environmental work next summer. And one of the things that I'm passionate about is the dolphin and strand feeding, and so we may, at least I'm going to champion, expanding that intern program to have somebody down there managing or explaining or teaching about the dolphin strand feeding and keeping people in the right distance at the same time. So we can use SATAX money to do that, and that seems like a really good thing. If you're going to advertise for people to come in, and Kiowa is now an environmental steward, let's have people helping to explain that. Number two, finance. We were supposed to have a finance discussion this morning about RFPs in both Ways and Means and here. We tabled that till next month. We wanted to have a more robust presentation about how we're managing our reserves. It's a significant amount of money, how it's managed, where it's managed, and what are the investment restrictions and flexibilities. So we really want to give a good accounting of that and share with you what I would suggest we've done a good job at managing the risk and actually capturing good returns. We did talk about the audit committee, and I'm new to the audit committee, but one of the places after this presentation you heard, and we've known that for a month or so, is we need to just look at our controls and make sure that they're state-of-the-art controls, both in terms of policies, procedures, approvals, and how everything gets done. And so that's on my list of things to do. And then last but not least, mediation. Mr. Berner talked a bit about mediation. I just want to go back and again say, it's coming. Please be patient. The devil's in the details, and that's what we're working out right now. I've got the language here in front of me, but it says subject to the plans, the prints, and we've had three meetings on the prints. And probably have to have at least one more, but this is where the real devil's in. And I just want to remind you, what we're focused on is kind of the safety coming up Duneside Road all along. We're focused on the parking and make sure there's adequate parking for the guests to the new Cape Club. And then importantly to us is screening and robust buffering for not only the Cape, but for Ocean Pines and for Upper Beach Walker, and quite frankly, for any developments going forward. And we talk about dense, robust vegetation. We're very focused on setbacks and make sure that screening is appropriate. Pervious roads, that's part of what we're talking about as well, both in all the places we're talking about. So the stormwater management is part of our thought process. And then making sure that the developer is doing what's right in terms of heights and density and the way that it looks, so that it looks and feels like it's part of Kiowa. Unlike maybe some people would suggest the Cape doesn't look like that. Hopefully what we're doing going forward will be more satisfying architecturally, even though that's a little bit out of our purview. But to the extent we screen it really well, it will definitely look like it's part of Kiowa. So those are the big things that I've been working on over the past month. The last thing I would say is, again, just to reiterate, especially for audit, if anybody out there is interested in working on audit and or controls, you're going to see more about that, and we'd love to not only keep the folks we have, but expand that to bring in new skill sets and new energy. And with that, I'm going to stop in 5 minutes or less. The rest of you should take a lesson. Mr. Belt. Mr. Belt.
I was never a very good student. Our town administrator, you're up.
Yeah. Go ahead and turn it over to Michael Snoznosky. I'm sorry if I chopped up your name, so I just call you Snoz all the time. He's going to present on behalf of Director Harris. He sends his apologies. His father's in the hospital, so he is by his mother's side. So Michael is going to give an update, and then I have a few comments after that.
Mr. Sosnowski, before you start, I touched upon public safety issues writ large a little bit earlier. Code enforcement is part of that. It's part of the code, the public safety department, which includes beach patrol, both with regard to their beach patrol-related services as well as nighttime code enforcement in addition to our daytime code enforcement officers. We're trying to be a little bit more thoughtful, rigorous, and disciplined in our approach to code enforcement. That includes enforcement-related issues, a policy regarding warnings, citations, et cetera. But we also want to do is provide more information to the community. Kika's done a pretty good job of providing a regular update of enforcement activities related to Kika rules and regulations. We haven't done as good a job on from the town standpoint as what's happening with regard to our code enforcement activities. And it's not just code enforcement activities, but we get data, law enforcement data, or EMS or fire data. So when there are incidents, we'll provide you with information after the fact to kind of summarize what those are. One of the things I didn't talk about is I've got a lot of data on, when I mentioned law enforcement coverage, is we'll tell you whether there were any thefts or burglaries or anything over the last month reported by CCSO. Thankfully, knock on wood, there aren't a lot of need for traditional law enforcement services on Kiowa Island, because you look back in the last month, 2 or 3, you generally have like 1 to 2 reported burglaries or thefts, and whether those are actual burglaries or thefts, don't know, but are simply reported. So we'll start providing on a monthly basis to the community a summary of public safety related issues, and this is the beginning of that process.
Thank you, Mr. Belt. So, forgive me, I was given this same sheet you guys are looking at yesterday afternoon. I was not involved in pulling the numbers together. There's a few errors that I want to point out right away in case anybody didn't notice that. Some of the October data looks like it's annual data, so any of the columns you see, the total violation for January to October, if the 3 columns before that add up to that same number, it does not mean all of that enforcement activity was done in October. There's a few that pulled in inaccurately. We will get that cleaned up going forward. Dr. Harris is working with us on a new way of capturing the statistics, both for our staff and for the daytime code enforcement staff. Happy to dive into any of these categories if you guys have questions about any of them. I'll jump over the numbers really briefly just to give his updates. We do have our polling place open on the island right now. There was plenty of security briefings ahead of that just because of the nature of voting. So that's happening now at the Sandcastle. Of note to the people in the room, there were 112 loose material ordinance citations written in the month of October. That was as directed for compliance. The warnings had gone out by email, and we saw that nobody was really doing anything about it. So our staff has really tackled that by trying to identify who the appropriate permit holder is to issue the summons, to whom to issue the summons. Most of those are coming to court on November 12th, I believe was the first court date available. And we'll see where they go from there, but that's for y'all's discussion. Happy to answer questions about that.
So just a note on that, and I think this is to, and Carol, I apologize, is it Kroll? If you sent out 112 and nobody complied, maybe the communication was not as effective as we'd hoped.
No, sir, the compliance is now that the tickets are written, we're getting compliance. There was no compliance with the warnings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe the warning, nobody got the email.
Maybe not.
Now that you write them a ticket, I'm sure
right.
everybody complied for $1,000.
So the warnings don't come from our office.
Food for thought. I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, my observation.
The warning came from the business license office, I
Yeah,
believe.
and Councilmember Farrell, they can show the notice, the letters that were sent out, or emails that were sent out that actually said, be aware, the town has now adopted this ordinance, and it includes both commercial vehicles transporting loose materials as well as the dumpsters.
I understand.
In conversation with some of the folks in the room, it's very similar to the short-term rental compliance ordinances that started in 2020. We did a full year of warnings, and we still didn't gain compliance until we started writing tickets and actually revoking licenses. So there's so much that a warning can do, and there's others that a ticket can do. And we, again, can discuss that to death, but sure. That's why there's so many citations versus warnings just for the month of October.
I was curious as to if you could provide some additional explanation on some of the largest numbers of infractions here.
Yes, ma'am.
For instance, the 463 total violations on leash. What, can you give me specifics on what form that took?
So most of those are going to be on the beach. Most of those are going to be verbal warnings. So for the month of October, you can see how many verbals versus written versus citation. Those written and citation numbers are a little bit high to me. I don't have those pulled up to give you correct, but those seem high just for the month of October. However, this is the time of year when everybody thinks, well, there's nobody on the beach. I'm okay. I can take my dog off the leash. So we have written a large number of tickets in October because the leash law doesn't go out of effect until November 1st. So the 463, one of the most common violations we get daily is a leash law violation. If we can get compliance by giving a verbal warning, somebody who just doesn't know the rule, then we will. And then if they have been warned before, or there's something that's an issue, or if they cause a complaint, it escalates to a written warning citation.
So I appreciate that the seasonality is going to play a part in all of this.
Absolutely.
Have you noticed anything from year to year, like 5 years ago versus 10 years ago?
I will tell you, the longer that the leash law remains unchanged, it makes it a lot easier for us to enforce. When somebody says, well, that wasn't the rule last year, well, it hasn't changed in over a decade. Then they'll kind of back down a little bit and say, oh, you're right, it hasn't. And that has to do the same with the critical habitat area and things like that, where people reference maps that they looked at, you know, the last time they were on Kiowa, which may have been over a decade ago. For us, it's hard to say year over year. There's more people on the beach now than there's ever been. Every year is busier than the year before, something Chief Kunisser feels the same way about. So it's just always busier, so those numbers are going to continue to go up. However, with that said, because it's busier, less people are, I think, out of the total per capita population violating that ordinance because there's other people around. Like I said, in October, when there's less people on the beach, that's when people like to take their dog off a leash because they think they won't get caught, or they won't get in trouble, or they won't cause a complaint by doing so. And that's when we see it the most.
Thank you. And then the other citation here that I had a question about was critical habitat, because there is such a high volume here of verbal warning. That you think is a mistake?
That number, I can pull that and find out. That actually could be correct, because every time the sign washes out, no one knows where the critical habitat area starts. But all of those would be for somebody wandering into the critical habitat area with a dog. That's what that ordinance is for, and that's what we're citing them for in that instance. Whenever we have the high tides, the king tides, whatever happens with the signage, if we have a wind event, I picked up the eastern critical habitat sign again yesterday. So it needs to be replaced and put back where it's supposed to go. So when that happens, we have lots of verbal warnings because they don't have another way to know that they're in the critical habitat area.
Is that mostly the east end or is it east and west?
I would say primarily the west end.
West end.
Primarily.
And what should we be doing to correct that problem as quickly as it arises?
The only thing that I would suggest, and we've tried this before in the past, and it's difficult because it's a heavy lift and it's something that has to be replaced. What is done on Seabrook, in addition to the signage in the dunes, is buoys. So that even at low tide, there's no reason for somebody to be able to walk past it without seeing this is a no dog area, because that buoy is just sitting on the sand with the sign saying no dogs. However, we've done that before and the buoys have popped off because of a high tide, which leaves frayed cable and concrete on the beach. That would be the only suggestion I have. That would be something that would give people more of a visual cue, because right now, a lot of this is at low tide as well, because of how long our beach is. People aren't seeing the sign in the dunes. Even if it was a billboard, they may not notice it because they're down by the water's edge. So we're really trying to police that at low tide. Same time we go down to Captain Sam's to police the dolphin watchers around low tide, because that's when the peak activity is, just for viewers, not necessarily for the dolphins. But we try to make sure that we have somebody in that area because that's when we're needed the most. And we're just turning people around, saying, hey, did you see that sign? Please go the other way.
Thanks.
A practical problem, so I was talking with one of your staff on October 20th, it was on the beach, Sunday, October 20th. In
Okay.
fact, that's when I took a picture of the East Beach critical habitat sign
The sign, laying in the sand.
laying on the sand. And
So it's
I'm-
washed out again since then.
I hope it was actually picked up and put back up.
It was.
In the interim, okay.
Yes, sir.
But he pointed out that, out of season, you have one guy, one vehicle
Yes, sir.
covering
So-
10 miles of beach, 10 miles an hour if he's going the entire time, which he's not, take an hour there, an hour back, so.
Starting October 1st, that's all we've got is one person at a time. And that's by contract, and
Yep.
that can be
Yep.
changed by town prerogative. I had that same conversation, just as another example, there was a family that was stranded by high tide at the east end. And there was a caller who was not with that family who called and said, hey, they need help. And said, okay, we'll be there. We sent our staff there. We're conducting a training farther down the beach, is why I was there for it. He called back 20 minutes later and he said, nobody's here yet. And I said, okay, are their feet on dry sand? Yes. Okay, it's high tide. We can't go lights and sirens for somebody who's not in trouble. We have to get all the way there. And the people don't think of the scope of how long this beach is, and you've only got one direction you can travel. So we can get
If
to
you're
things
at one
quickly
end,
if we
you're
need
going 10
to.
miles an hour, it's gonna take an hour to get.
It's gonna take an hour. So when people say, I haven't seen Beach Patrol for 3 hours, it's because we haven't gotten there yet. So it does take time, especially with these high tides we've been having recently, the past couple days. Other questions about any specific data points with regard to?
STR bikes, 583 total
Yes, sir.
violations.
That's actually down from a couple thousand, which is what it had been starting in 2020. I think it was
What does
three-
that mean, though, STR bikes, beach gear?
That's short-term rental properties specifically that leave bikes and beach gear out to be seen overnight.
From the street.
From the street overnight. That was the origin of our after-hours contract, was that specific issue. And I think it started in 2020 at 4 or 5,000 of those, and now we're down to 500. So that it's being policed, and the rental companies are in compliance for the most part. Other questions? The only other one to note is on the second page, just because of the way that it's written, the vehicle, the 16302B, that is specific to e-bikes. That is, technically, it's the same ordinance as driving a vehicle on the beach without authorization, which is why it's listed that way. But those are e-bike complaints or e-bike issues on the beach. Other than that, for any of the director's updates, I'll throw that back to Ms. Tillerson. That's not something that I'm really involved with. And the only other thing to note is the fire that happened at Sora Rail last week. And that was at the storage facility, Beach Patrol's operation. That's where we operate from. We were unaffected. We were in a different building. But it's still under investigation. Cause is
The
pending.
cause is still under investigation?
Yeah, generally these, will determine an initial cause. We also have to be vigilant about insurance coming in and doing their investigation and stuff as well too, so we'll work with them, make sure they develop.
The forensic investigator was there for about 6 hours on Friday.
There was a fire at Sora Rail.
Yes, ma'am.
Is anybody hurt?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Saz. But an earlier point was raised specifically with regard to the loose materials ordinance, but it's one that's generally applicable. We need to be more thoughtful, need to have more conversations about our code enforcement policy. And I am generally supportive of the approach that you and Rob have espoused, which focuses on trying to get compliance.
Yes, sir.
Rather than issuing tickets. We don't need the revenues, and the vast majority of circumstances, a verbal warning should be sufficient.
Yes, sir.
So we always want to, let's try to get compliance first. That should be the primary goal and objective with regard to any of our ordinances. And it's only if you're getting kind of resistance to that or continued non-compliance where we need to start issuing citations and ratchet that process up. But we do need to make sure that we're both with regard to nighttime code enforcement, daytime code enforcement, across these, we're thoughtful and consistent about how we approach these issues.
Yes, sir.
So can I ask a question about that? Not to beat you up, you're doing a great job. But,
You can say we're not, too.
no, it's not true. It appears like you went right to the citation and no verbal, no written warnings. Is that by design or?
For the dumpster coverings?
Yes, sir.
That was by a directive of Director Harris. He said we need to be writing tickets so that we can get in compliance because we hadn't gotten compliance with the efforts that were made by the daytime code enforcement and the building permit office. That was what we were.
Which were emails sent to the
Which
businesses?
were emails sent to the businesses.
Okay.
And the hardest part for us is when we're doing this at night, there's nobody there to warn. There's no one to talk to. So figuring out who owns that dumpster is taking days at a time to try to figure that out. So the citation is the best way we can get the right person that we need to take care of it.
And a conversation, so the code enforcement people are doing kind of the only thing that they can. From a town administration standpoint, whether we choose to prosecute a matter, we can have a conversation with the town prosecutor and/or the municipal judge, is another issue that we might want to consider exploring. But I would note, and much to my frustration, because I know I've sent images to the town administrator, the director of public safety, that even with regard to the dumpsters, even after those first 112, I'm still literally each of the last 2 weekends, there are certain large dumpsters, some that are covered. There are, but there are some, I don't know how many times they've been told or cited, they just aren't covered. And I'm trying to struggle to understand why that is.
And we haven't taken any of the, just to add to the discussion, we haven't taken any of these to court yet. So that'll be telling as well, whether the judge rules one way or another based on who used the dumpster last and how can we prove that and all of that. So this is going to be pretty interesting as a first test of this ordinance. Which I know is up for discussion today, but those will, I believe, unless there's something I don't know about the judicial process, when there's an ordinance under review, those will go to court as written.
And don't misunderstand my comments. I fully support this, the dumpster covering, because full disclosure, I think everybody knows this, I have a renovation going on, and I don't want all the crows and all the raccoons on the island in my yard. So this does help definitely with the crows. So I think it's a great idea. So keep them covered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Anything else, Stephanie?
I just have a couple updates I'll just try to do, and we'll get some more detail just with regards to public safety reports, because we do get reports from St. John Fire Department, CCSO, that goes through the Public Safety Committee, so we will make sure that we kind of consolidate that into narrative format so we can push it out. But I just want to remind everyone that on November 12th, we have a swearing-in ceremony here at 11 o'clock for our new council member, whoever that may be, either Lance Spencer or Gay Stathis, but that is on November 12th at 11 a.m. here in council chambers. So we invite the community. That is a public event that we have. Also, I just wanted to let council know, I think the mayor had spoke on this already, but the town, we have 2 openings right now that we're pushing. We're looking for a new arts.
Not volunteers, these are paid positions.
These are paid positions. The one is to replace Ruthie Foster, so we're looking for an arts and cultural events manager, so that title's been updated a little bit. And then we're looking for a 3rd code enforcement officer, prefer someone's bilingual. So we have those 2 positions that we have posted, and that is currently open. Also, I just wanted to update that in the public works world, we have a number of things going on. If you want any more detail, please see Brian or me afterwards. We have a landscape RFP that is out. We are currently working with Charleston County. We have that C-Fund project for Beach Walker and the Parkway. We're very close to getting that pushed out. And then a drainage bid for the garage. We're very close to getting that pushed out. So we have 1 out and 2 that should be going out by this week or next week. Just an update for the EV charge stations. Our calculation, this is from October 7th through November 4th, once council had approved that 25 cent. We've had a total usage of 882, I guess that's, is that kilowatt hours of energy? That cost that, in terms of the cost that the community had paid was $220.18. That's what it calculated to. The town, we pay 16 cents when they're using it, so our cost was $141.12. That's the update on that. And then finally, Mayor, I wasn't sure, just want to make sure I got everything going pretty quick. Just wanted to, two other things. One, I just wanted to make the community aware you should be getting letters from Kiowa Island Utility. They have received a 24-cent rate increase from St. John Water. That's who they buy their water from. So essentially, just going to do a pass-through to the end user. So you should see your per gallon, your 1,000 gallon, your rate increase would be 25 cents based on your use amount. So just like, and that would take effect on January 1st of 2025. So they had to go through essentially the Public Service Commission. When they did the rate adjustment several years ago, this was part of the agreement the town had negotiated in 2022, I believe. But part of KIU's requirement by the Public Service Commission is that if there's any rate increase from their supplier, that they're allowed to pass that through. And we looked at that, and that's not something that the town would challenge, and the Public Service Commission has already approved that. So that's a 24-cent adjustment that you all should see on your bills come January 1st, 2025. And last, Mayor, I wasn't sure if you had wanted to comment on Dr. Cole's letter to you, because you hadn't mentioned that. But I know you wanted it for today.
I did neglect to mention that, but you can certainly
Okay.
you can now mention it.
Okay, it's just so as Jim had talked about in that beautiful video that we saw with regards to our SGAs, you all know in terms of the anticoagulant for components, I would not try to say the names, Jim. But the mayor has been working with Dr. Cole, with Clemson. They are the regulatory arm. And we have been trying to, since the last couple of years, trying to get them to do something with regards to regulating these 4 ingredients. They have finally have realized that there is, I think, an impact. But what they're trying to do is take proactive measures. They do feel like that next year EPA is probably going to add some sort of restrictions on these kind of 4 these 4, what are they, Jim? The 4?
This,
Yes. So you see why I didn't say that. So he has essentially said, Dr. Cole, he has said that what they're going to do is that they are now looking at putting a statewide restriction on the use of those, but really just from the private sector. So you can't go into, say, Ace Hardware and be able to buy this product that will have those chemicals. But applicators who are trained to do these, to use these ingredients, they still will be able to use it. So these pest control management companies will still be able to use them, because ideally we believe that they should be able to apply them the correct way. There's a process. They have to do a public notice that will go out, but the goal is to have this statewide ban on or before the first of the year. So we are, I think, another step closer in trying to get them to recognize, which I think they are starting to recognize, that there is an impact on bobcats, and especially within our environment here. And they're trying to do things to help us, but we also, as a town, need to continue to push out our Bobcat Guardian program. So if council members, if you're not members, please join. That was, I think, very effective. We have essentially introduced that program to the community. So if you were signed up before, you just need to sign up again. Mayor, is there anything that I left out? I went pretty fast.
no, a very good summary. The it's sure we're seeking a moratorium or prohibition completely on the use of on Kiowa Island. But I'm also mindful of the political process at work here, and that they've got to be responsive to the industry as well and the service providers. And it's a very powerful lobby. But I want to say that Dr. Cole and his team have been very constructive in the dialogue, and I think this is a step forward. And they also said they're willing to come back on the island and do some further investigation. So we'll try to coordinate with that. But it's been a project that Jim and others have been involved on for quite a while, and we'll continue to try to push the right buttons to protect our bobcats. But thank you, Jim, and the
Correct.
rest of town staff.
And I'm sorry, while we're talking about bobcats, and so I do not forget, because I think
bobcat and
we're going to have the
birds.
Bobcat and Bluegrass event here next Friday, November 15th. That's November 15th, starting at 2 o'clock. So community, please come out. Council members, please come out. We had this last year. It's our second annual. And last year it was a great event. People had fun while learning about our bobcats and the importance of it. So it's next Friday, the 15th, starting at 2 o'clock.
Any other questions for Stephanie? Next item, the discussion of options related to traffic buttons, traffic management devices that the town installed on Kiawah Island Parkway. I'm going to provide kind of a brief update on where we are. Probably going to be overly frank in this regard, but we've invested an extraordinary amount of time and effort on the part of the town, just both getting data, assessing this issue for, I'm sorry for the people who incurred tire damage, but what are the total numbers, 30 or 32? 32, that we went out twice requesting anybody that incurred tire damage when they hit the traffic management buttons that were installed. 32, and we estimate that during the period of time that those buttons were up, that more than 200,000 vehicles transited, either inbound or outbound. So they were able to do so, successfully navigate the traffic management buttons, but 32 did not. So the question, they've been seeking to have the town reimburse them for damages to their tires or other damages that may occurred. And so just to kind of quickly reset, the reason for installing those was to address a known safety risk, to channelize traffic and to mitigate speeding along the Mingo Point curve, primarily to address ingress and egress from Little Rabbit Lane, but not only for that, because you also have ingress and egress from Mingo Point, and you have merging onto Kiawah Island Parkway from Beachwalker Drive. We had discussed this with internal staff, with our engineering consultant, with the contractor, with legal counsel. The bottom line is we do not believe that the town has any legal responsibility with respect to any damage that was incurred for a number of reasons. First and foremost is, kind of as a general matter of law, drivers are responsible for paying attention to road markings and road signs. These were highly visible devices. They were installed for a legitimate public policy purpose. The town did not direct where they were located. The town hired a construction firm that is a licensed contractor with the South Carolina Department of Transportation and had been a subcontractor on our Beachwalker intersection, KIP intersection project, and we're not aware of any product effect with regard to those. We've also spent some time looking at issues related to speeding along that curve. Again, part of the reason for putting these in place was to address speeding concerns. Now, whether or not speeding was a contributing factor in these 32 instances, I don't know, but the data are pretty fascinating. We did a 1 week, without the buttons there, a 1 week assessment of speeding along that curve going outbound. Almost half of all cars going off island were at least 10 miles over the speed limit. Tough to hold the curve if you're going 35 to 45 miles an hour. Not surprising that you might have run into the speed buttons. What's really shocking to me is that we have 1,000 cars in a week period that were going more than 20 miles an hour over the speed limit exiting the island. So whether or not speed was actually a contributing factor in any of these incidents is unknown. Notwithstanding the fact that we do not believe that there's actually any legal liability or responsibility on the part of the town, we can certainly consider as a policy matter whether we want to assume some responsibility. So I'm just going to toss out a couple suggestions. There are suggestions more than recommendations as to whether the council might want to consider this. One, we can simply tell everybody, we're happy to work with you to file a claim with the contractor's insurance company. The contractor is insured and bonded, and we can work to help facilitate that. Another approach we could take is saying we're going to pay all of the damages that were incurred. There was one instance where I think somebody said $6,000 worth of damage, and I'm going, hard to determine if you're going 25 miles an hour and you're just brushing against the speed buttons, how you would incur $6,000 of damage. If you're going 45 or 55, you go straight over, maybe, I don't know. But another kind of a third middle road approach, which I guess I would be inclined to suggest / recommend, is given the fact that the town could have done a better job of communicating in advance what the purpose of this was and that they were being installed, that we do something like agree to cover a certain amount of any damages occurred, if presented with actual invoices dated around that time, and on executing a release that the town attorney would address. And a number you might toss out is $500. I don't know. Then in that case, we do that. It's a $15,000, assuming everybody takes us up on that, would be a $15,000 outlay for the town. Again, I'm not kind of wedded to any one approach. I'd like to get thoughts of other council members as to how we try to finally put this issue to bed, but we've done all the data gathering we can. I will set aside what we will do on a permanent basis, because we're still going to do something, whether it's reinstallation of buttons or put in a raised median. That's something that the Public Safety Committee and the Public Works Department will be looking at. Any thoughts?
It's a tough issue. What you didn't reference was there were accidents at Little Rabbit because people were driving over the yellow stripes.
Okay. That's the reason we did this in the first instance. Yes.
Right, and you had to keep them off the yellow stripes because people exiting Little Rabbit reasonably didn't think there was a car there, and they got hit. So that happened. I still feel that, you drive anywhere for the first time, you don't know what kind of road obstacles or things in a road you're going to. You just have to drive between the lines. And interestingly, those ugly white stanchions that are there now, they're being hit.
At least a couple of them have been destroyed.
I don't know what it is about that curve, but there definitely is an inability of certain drivers, not who knows how many, to stay within the lanes. I also, though, feel, we put things down and to help the accident situation in Little Rabbit, and there was certainly an unintended consequence. There certainly was an unintended consequence. And I do feel we may be culpable for some of that. I'm not really sure why, but I feel bad. It was an unintended consequence. We were doing the right thing to protect Little Rabbit. So it makes me feel that you kind of like split this down the middle. But I'm not, I don't really feel that we did anything wrong, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't be against offering some money up.
Other thoughts?
Well, as far as the first option, I would be very concerned about setting that precedent, especially because I agree with with Russ, I don't think we did anything wrong. It may not, there, if you could go back and do it over again, there may have been things that we could have improved on. So yeah, this is a Solomon baby kind of issue. I'd be okay with option 3, which is a maximum of $500 payout or whatever that number makes sense there. Splitting hairs, but I could live with it.
And, long-term, I also like the island idea, but they're going to hit that too.
Yeah.
I truly don't know what to do there. I truly don't know what to do to protect Little Rabbit. I actually think the best approach is to keep the ugly white sticks up, but I don't know what to do there to protect Little Rabbit.
Well,
Isn't there a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit sign there now?
it's still 25. And part of it is it's 25 one of the signs is before you get to the gate exiting the island. There's both inbound and outbound.
Yeah.
Where I believe most of the tire damage occurred was on the outbound portion. And again, transiting that multiple times a day myself for a 3-week period, literally no issue
Me
avoiding
too.
those things. But if you're not paying attention, you're going too fast, then all of a sudden it becomes an issue. We did have CCSO set up speed check device. We've installed our own, but what we're planning on doing is putting up additional speed devices that will show speed actually occurring, and then we'll have further conversations with CCSO about actually enforcing, because we can't enforce.
I take probably the hardest line approach of everybody on council here. I asked these questions before. Did we do anything wrong? Were they installed correctly? The answer I got was no. I talked to Brian, and he said the lane width was 11 to 14 feet, and federal standard is like 9. So the lane was plenty wide, even given where the buttons were installed. The buttons were clearly visible. It wasn't like you couldn't see them. And I'm actually challenged to think about while it wasn't a lot of people, why that number of people hit the buttons or the cones or the bullets, whatever they're called, buttons. And somebody even said there was a tree limb in the road, as I remember one of those. So you drive down the roads and you stay in the lane and nothing happens. But as a way to appease some of the folks who had the problem, I'd probably be willing to contribute something, but $500 seems like a lot to me for one tire. And especially when we're.
Some were 2 tires, some were 2 tires, some claimed rim damage, one claimed, I think, misalignment or differential or.
Okay, I still think you're driving on the road, you're responsible. So anything, in my mind, anything we do help them with is, and I have to think about all the people, this is coming out of a town budget, where all the people who live in the town who didn't hit the budget are subsidizing these folks. So how do you explain that to the folks who are not costing them something?
Yeah.
So I'd probably be more in the $250 to $300 camp if we're going to do something. I'll stop there.
If you all had wanted just the information that the mayor and I collected, so out of the 32, 11 actually sent receipts, so just about a third. And the total cost through the receipts was essentially $11,200.
I'm sorry?
$11,200.
But over half of that was one.
Just about, yes.
Yeah.
And just a correction, that one, their cost was $4,900, but
Okay.
yes. So $11,200 out of about a third, so about 11 had actually submitted their receipts. The other 2 just submitted.
Not everybody actually, we requested
Right.
people say, let us know if you're tired of it. Not everybody was seeking reimbursement. Some were rather insistent and have continued to be insistent.
And again, the folks got some utility out of the tires that had been on their car. So let's assume that they got half the utility out of it, half of a tire, what does that cost? I'd be willing to do something to help them out a little bit. But
Some incurred towing cost in addition to that, so that's been submitted as well, so.
a tough issue. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself, but I don't like spending the money, for reimbursement, but I can't figure out why there's such a high incidence. I mean, that's the real issue.
Well,
Why are there
it
so
wasn't
many?
high if you look at the numbers, but the number, 30,
It was
whatever it is.
still, I mean, it was 30. And now, would that have dramatically gone down after people hit them a couple times? And actually, the thing would have had their intended effect, and people would be going really slow through there? I don't know.
And as I said, they're still hitting the white stanchions now. I mean, come on.
Again, the lane is adequate width. It's beyond the specs of DOT standards.
Okay, well, we don't actually have a motion here. I'm not sure we need a motion because we're not, but maybe it sounds like there is a general consensus to, not that the town is acknowledging any legal responsibility, but to address probably a lack of full communication issue on our front end, and to address what was clearly an unintended consequence of a legitimate public policy purpose, public safety purpose, to go ahead and be willing to provide some modest level of reimbursement upon appropriately submitted documentation. But I hear something perhaps less than 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to settle on
Yeah,
250, 300?
It's like the only time that I'm driving, that I'm veering close to a middle line is if I'm doing something else.
Okay. What number does that translate into? Do I
What
hear
would
it?
you-
I'd say 300, since I brought it
300?
up.
I would have done 500. I mean, I'll submit a motion to reimburse people for 500, and then you guys can beat it up, do whatever you want.
No, I started with that, so I'm fine with that, but if there is,
I'm in the 300 camp.
I'm in the 300 camp.
okay, can we split the difference at
Meet
400?
in the middle, 400.
400?
All right,
Okay.
done.
Done. Okay, so what we will do is we'll come up with a plan of actions. This will be simply from an administrative standpoint to put out a notice that anybody incurred damage, they submit appropriate documentation. We'll have the council draft a release form, and assuming they execute the release, we'll provide that amount of damage.
$400 per incident.
Yeah,
A max.
yes, 400 max.
Great.
Okay,
Do we have to vote on this, or?
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And it will be, just so you all know, it'll be up to you, because we have some people who cost was only like $200 some. So it'll just be up to 400.
New business. The first item of new business is consider approval of a proposed preliminary design and permitting service for a project that had previously been referenced at the last council meeting, which is for a channel realignment project, sand scraping at the east end of the island near the ocean course. Mr. Chairman, these next all four items were actually considered by the Ways and Means Committee earlier this morning, which
Yeah, so maybe
in
in
this
the interest
case,
of-
all four of us were at the Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah,
If you
maybe in
want
the
to
interest of
briefly
time, I'll
summarize.
just kind of summarize what Ways and Means voted on and approved. And again, the first one, under new business item A, it's really to start the project for beach renourishment at the east end of the island, because that's the area where there's greatest amount of erosion, and we don't want to wait until the erosion tears the island up at that end and destroys not only the habitat, but the driving range, and maybe even encroaches upon the Ocean Course Clubhouse. So what we agreed to do and approved by vote, I think it was a 3-to-1 vote.
To recommend to council now.
To recommend to council now was to go ahead and fund the permitting process, which is $77,000. Now, the permitting process starts, let's say today or as soon as we vote, and it'll take anywhere from 6 to 12 months to permit it. And then we would hope to get approval from both the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Natural Resources, or the OCRM from the state, and then begin the project, hopefully in around the September, October, November timeframe next year. So this is really to get the permitting fees approved for, and then as we go through due course, the ultimate project will look to split the cost with numerous parties, including the town and some state tax money as well as others.
Could I have a motion to approve the Ways and Means Committee recommendation to council that we approve this contract?
So moved.
And second?
Any further discussion?
The only other thing I wanted the community to know is that part of this permitting is to re-nourish bird nesting and habitat areas. So what I requested coastal science to do, given everything about the bird and dog leash issue, was to include in the permit the ability for us to put up sand fencing as a way to help protect where the birds will be nesting or hanging out. Was I didn't want to lose that opportunity. I have to go through the permitting process again. So I just wanted the community to know we're also going to at least investigate putting in fencing to protect the birds in those renourished areas.
And to further apprise the community, because there are a lot of interested potential stakeholders in this project, so all the council will now would be approving, based upon the recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee, is the $77,000 for the entire permitting process. The project itself would be a several $100,000 project, as have previous beach renourishment projects on the east end been. Last one done in 2014 or 2015, the one prior to that about a decade before that.
2005.
We won't have a full idea of the cost of the project until such time as we go through the permitting process, have a better idea of what the requirements are and any mitigation requirements that may be imposed by Department of Environmental Services and/or the Corps of Army Engineer. I would also note that there will be opportunities for public engagement in those processes, because both Army Corps of Engineering may hold public hearings on this, Department of Environmental Services may as well, so there'll be opportunities of public comment. If we get permits, it would still come back to the council, and additional opportunity for community engagement here before we would approve actually going forward with the project and the additional cost associated with that. The only other thing I would note is we're submitting a tax funding request to cover the $77,000 for the permitting. All in favor?
And just one last thing, the fencing we talked about, while a very good idea, we'd also have to consider turtle nesting and habitat, so we have to think about how we accommodate the turtles and the birds, and maybe even the dogs.
All in favor of the proposal?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, number B, under new business, consider the approval for purchase of audiovisual improvements for this council chamber. We've had a lot of feedback on the YouTube videos or other audio video results from here, that the sound isn't always great, the camera work is not always great. It's difficult for our audiovisual team to manage the process when there are workshops that are not here at the podium up here, that it gets much worse for both audiovisual and sound. And so we've got a project in front of us to spend about $60,000 on upgrading the system we have, and while keeping kind of some of the systems and some of the cameras, it will relocate cameras, it'll add another camera, it'll enhance the microphones and the sound, and make hopefully not only the town meetings, but all other meetings we have in this room much more viewable, and so that you can hear everybody and see everybody with these improvements.
May I have a motion for approval of the audiovisual improvements for council chambers?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion.
Well, I was against it. I was the only dissenting vote. I look at the YouTube videos of our town council meetings, and the sound is fine. I'm not convinced we're going to have improved audio. I think the audio is fine. And I'm not sure I've ever heard any complaints from the community from this. So those are the reasons why I said no.
Thank you, Councilmember Berner. We did have a fairly robust discussion around a range of these issues, which went into some of the more technical aspects of the system we currently have and the limitations of the current system. The other point we need to make is that what was being proposed would greatly enhance our flexibility to provide audiovisual capabilities or services for a different range of configurations rather than just focused here on the dais. But in any event, your objections were
I mean, that's fine.
noted.
That's why we vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Motion carries. Agenda item C under tab 6, Council.
Item C, new business, is to consider the approval of employee medical insurance.
We actually, yeah, this was.
I was just going to say, just all I was going to say. Item C, to add to the medical insurance premium structure. We tabled that to get additional information, to look at it versus the old compensation structure. So we'll bring that back in December. Item D, to consider legal approval to enter into engagement agreement with Maynard Nexus for legal services pertaining to Kiowa Island Golf Resort Development Agreement. So our current legal team tells us they do not have expertise in negotiating and writing development agreements. The resort wants to, at a minimum, extend their development agreement, if not renegotiate it. So this proposal was to hire Mexer Danis as an expert, because apparently they have expertise in that area. We also tabled this so we could go back and do a more thorough research on the people who could do this through an RFP process. And so we're going to go through the RFP process and then bring this back to Ways and Means and the mayor.
My whole reason of the discussion, so the community knows, is that this was a sole source contract. And I was very uncomfortable approving a sole source contract without going through an RFP process. If they wind up being the sole source after it's solicited, that's a different story, but I was very uncomfortable doing it without an RFP process.
And on the other side of the coin, the reason we considered this was because this was a recommendation by our council. So while our council, it's like giving us legal advice to hire this person, we did consider that Mr. Berner's suggestion was a good suggestion and that we did not do necessarily complete due diligence. And so this is a way just to enhance the due diligence before we hire anyone.
Maybe just a slight qualification on that. So maybe we did insufficient diligence, but it was the recommendation, both the view of our town attorney as well as our outside counsel who've been advising us on all the heretofore development agreement related issues with the partners, as well as the ongoing zoning related matters and site plan reviews, that their firms, somewhat surprisingly, they did not believe had sufficient or requisite expertise. What they both said were there were only 2 or 3 actual experts in South Carolina on development agreements, and not surprisingly, one of them has been in counsel for both the resort and partners heretofore, and the individual that was before us, it wasn't so much the firm as an individual, was their joint recommendation as to the best person. But to the extent that there might be 1 or 2 others, it certainly was a valid point, and we'll go back to them and then say, okay, do you have any other names that you might recommend that also have to pass conflicts checks? So we may end up in exactly the same place, but that's fine.
And
but
that's
fine,
okay.
we'll go through a little bit, but we'll go through more of a
Then we did our
process.
due diligence.
Yeah,
and that's
so. The next agenda item is under tab 8, and it's consider approval of ordinance 2024-26, and this is what's referenced in earlier citizen comments, the loose materials ordinance. This is a first reading because this is a redraft of the ordinance that was just passed. When did we actually do second reading of the loose materials ordinance?
Yeah, that's about right.
So what became clear after that ordinance was passed is that, to the point that was made perhaps a little earlier, that we may have moved a little bit too quickly or not as thoughtfully as we might have as with regard to some of the unintended consequences. There were two particular issues that arose with regard to the ordinances previously passed. One was, while we tried to say it was limited to commercial vehicles transiting loose materials, it was actually literally defined as any vehicle. And we were specifically trying to carve out, if you're just driving your pickup truck, your own personal pickup truck, that this is commercial vehicles that are in the business of transiting landscape equipment, supplies, loose materials, and other debris. That was the one issue. So we're trying to clean that up. The second issue is the way that the ordinance was drafted with respect to dumpsters, and that was something that was added, I think, between first and second reading originally. As drafted, literally would have required that a dumpster be covered 100% of the time, and that you open it up each time to put in any debris, and then you immediately recover it. And with an active work site that you're, trying to manage work throughout the day, whether it's a commercial project or a home renovation project, it was clearly, it became clear that it was very impractical. So we said, no, it doesn't have to be covered 100% of the time, but at the end of every work day, it needs to be covered. That's where we are with this particular ordinance right now. So now, with that as a background, I would entertain a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, second, is there discussion? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate the comments made at the beginning of the meeting by Mr. King and Mr. Ibsen and Ms. Kroll. So I confess I was unaware of some of these unintended consequences, and I would be in favor of convening a voluntary group of those folks. I think you're all part of the Home Builder Association, and getting some comments and reconsidering this.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with doing that. I'm actually just curious, because the current draft says just to cover the dumpster at the end of each workday.
Yeah, we actually, this revised ordinance, it was specifically intended to address some of the comments that we'd received.
Did the revision adequately?
I think the issue, and somebody can nod yes or no, that the issue that's still outstanding, the primary issue that's outstanding is if the dumpster's covered, you don't know when whoever it is, Carolina Waste, is going to come to haul it away. They won't uncover it. And so, so there's a little bit of a disconnect as to how you get the dumpster emptied out and make sure it's covered before that. And so.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand. So if, I actually don't know what the.
That's generally correct. I mean, you're welcome to, yeah.
I think.
So I don't know what so if you, I would like to hear what your current concern is with the way this is written.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, you'll have to go to the mic and say your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Ibsen. I think the operational challenge that we run into trying to fulfill that requirement is that when we call the waste company to come pick up a dumpster if I did that today, they might come tomorrow, they might come Thursday, they might come Friday. I would love for it to be more predictable than it is,
No,
because it
I-
would make
so
our jobs
I
easier.
recall you saying that.
Yes.
You don't know when they'll come, but the dumpster would then remain covered. So that's I don't understand the issue then.
Sure, so they won't pick up the dumpster if it's covered.
They won't
And
pick it up if it's covered?
If it's
They will not
covered.
uncover it.
And they will
Correct.
not uncover.
And
That's
they won't
correct. That's the
uncover it.
problem.
But then how do you transfer it off the island then?
They have a cover system that's part of their truck
Oh,
pickup system. There's
got
a
it.
tarp that mechanically goes
I
over the
understand.
dumpster
Okay.
when they take it off.
So
And so
I
the
got it.
challenge for us is I can't predict when that company is going to come to pick it up, and I don't necessarily have a site superintendent planted there all day long every day to know exactly the moment when
No,
they're
I
going to
completely,
show
I
up.
completely understand. I thought the cover that you would put on at the end of the day would be transported off with the dumpster. I understand now.
No, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
so you would literally have to have somebody there to remove the cover off of your dumpster at the same time
Yes.
that our trash company was.
And were they even willing to take it with my cover on it, then, I'm now spending about $200 on the tarp and the bungee cords for that. So then those go away and I got to spend another $200 to,
I understand.
Put
All
a
right, so
new cover on.
how do we resolve windblown debris?
What would be the suggestion? I'm not sure we need a committee to solve this, but.
I don't know that I have the solution today, but I mean, I think there definitely is goodwill to try and come together and figure out a solution. I don't know if it's us
But
somehow.
I'm not sure what goodwill, all the goodwill in the world, if you're saying, so.
I mean, could we tag the dumpster when we've put in a call so that we can then leave it uncovered, but
See, okay, so I don't understand this, again, going through a renovation. I've been over there when my contractor calls, they come either that day or the next day.
sometimes, yes, sir.
But he's not physically there to uncover it. He tells the team that's there, either the framers or the electrical guy,
Subs, yeah.
if they show up, uncover the dumpster for them. And so there's always somebody on site. And I think if you plan for somebody to be on site the 2 or 3 days when the guy's coming, I mean, we haven't had a problem, and it's probably been emptied 3 times since this ordinance went into place.
I think that might work some of the time. But I mean, there are times that, middle of the day, that all the guys that no one's on site for a couple hours because people are on lunch breaks or picking up more
Well,
materials.
my guys are all sleeping in the basement in the
Or
middle
they're
of the day.
sleeping in the basement.
So,
Well,
Can't expect them to get up from the basement.
but they don't, I mean, they don't
and
leave the
cover
site to go
dumpster.
get lunch. They all have,
but then the way the ordinance
of
is
that.
redrafted, if it's during the middle of the day, they don't
okay.
have to have it
Right.
covered at that point in time.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to understand really what the issue is, because what you seem to be suggesting is just it's too impractical to have the dumpsters covered.
and
I
my
don't
guys
think
come during the.
we're not opposed to trying to do that, but if the dumpster company if they're the first truck at the gate at 7:00 in the morning, and
So isn't that something that's, incumbent on you to coordinate with whoever your service provider is?
that's not how it works with the service providers. I wish that were true, I really do, because truly that would make my life easier, but that's not how it works with the dumpster companies. They're gonna come when they come, and
Okay, so let's just stipulate that that's true. I still don't, what's the solution? What would be your recommended change to this? I don't get with the committee. What would be the recommended change that would allow you to manage that process?
I don't know if I have a good solution yet, sir. I mean, I would probably try and bring together some of our friends from the industry and maybe some members of town staff that are enforcing this and brainstorm it and try and figure it out. I mean, we're certainly not opposed to, we share the objective of trying to keep the island clean. I mean, we're very conscientious about that on our job sites. So it's not
Some of
opposite.
you are, some of you are not.
And I would acknowledge that, certainly. I would certainly acknowledge that, but.
So would it be possible for you or your site supervisor to tell whoever's working that week, hey, we may have somebody show up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, make sure somebody's here at 7 on the job, whether it's the electrician or the framer or the roofer, and make sure that, because they're all going to come in and uncover the dumpster to start work.
Sure.
And I haven't had dumpsters picked up off hours And so it seems like they're coming, the example you've given is if they come first thing in the morning and nobody's there. But the rest of the time, that's not a problem. I think it's solvable through how you manage your crews, or am I crazy?
Well, so let's say that I've got one trade on site, so I just have drywall guys working because they're sanding mud, and so nobody else can really be working in the house at that time. And so they finish everything that they have to do at 2:30, and they're gone for the day. They make sure the dumpster is covered, and then the dumpster company shows up at 4 o'clock. And they won't pick it up because it's covered. And now I don't know when they're going to come. Now I got to call them again and get back in line to have that come while the dumpster gets smellier while it's sitting out there.
I mean, you guys sound like you've got an organization, you've probably got some pretty smart people. Is there any reason why you can't come back here in a month, having put your heads together and said, we've taken a hard look at this ordinance?
We'd be delighted to do that.
We've had time to get together and come up with a couple of good suggestions that would fix this.
We'd be delighted to. I think fundamentally that's what we're asking.
I'm certainly not opposed to that. I'm not sure that suggests not passing the revised ordinance, because otherwise, the current ordinance is what is still on the books, which is more problematic for you.
And I think that's a point well taken.
Tickets being issued. I'm certainly, speaking for myself, I said, let's go ahead. This is trying to address some of the issues that arose when this was originally drafted. If there are continue to be, but to say, let's hold off on this and have the current ordinance still in place and nobody covering dumpsters is not an acceptable outcome, I think, for either.
And this is the first reading, so you have 30 days to get with your other contractors and figure out a recommendation for us.
Okay.
Or maybe 2 weeks. And get
This
back
is
to
just first reading. We won't come back for second reading to implement this, so we'll still be under the current ordinance for another month. We'll talk about an enforcement policy with regard to that, but that's an administrative matter.
Sure.
But my view is that, bottom line is everybody should be on notice now, wholly apart from whether the first round of citations get the court, what the court decides to do with those. There's still, literally from week to week, I know a bunch of them, they're just not being covered. So some people just are ignoring.
And we're seeing that too, absolutely.
So it will be incumbent upon you and whatever small group you would convene to come back with suggestions.
So functionally, we would
I'm
need
open
to
to it.
come back to staff in 2 weeks or so to have it considered.
Whatever I would encourage to between, we would have this likely, my inclination is to go ahead and approve this on first reading right now, the revised ordinance. We start that process on an improved ordinance over what is the law right now. And yes, this won't be up again for second reading until the December agenda between now and then. If you guys have good suggestions to further revise this to address what sounds like a reasonable commercial issue to try to resolve, then we need to try to, and we can potentially include that in second reading.
Thank you.
And I would encourage you to do it because I know who's going to pay for the $1,000. I'm going to end up paying for it. So it's going to be passed through. So come up with a solution, because I don't want to pay for this again.
That's our goal. We don't want to see costs go up for the residents of Kiowa either. So
Thank you for your continued input. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have any further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a problem with the unilateral decision by Mr. Harris to say, write tickets. We send out an email and nobody's complying, start writing tickets, versus taking the intermediate step of verbal warnings or written warnings or putting something on the dumpster to say. And I also know that my contractor's name is on the front yard, so it's not like it's impossible to figure out who the contractor is, and I'm sure his phone number's on staff. So how do we manage the process of corrective action versus just going to a $1,000 ticket?
Better manage the process. It's the best way I can answer that. And it's not a wholly satisfactory answer. It is a bit of a challenge because part of the problem was the way the ordinance was drafted. It had to be covered at all times. And are they actually, so at any time of the day, a day code enforcement officer goes by and it's not covered, are they then issuing a citation? Then nighttime code enforcement, which is the beach patrol, they come around and look at it's not covered. Are they also issuing a citation? Are they doing it for different amounts? That was one of the problems with the way it was drafted.
But I hear that, Mr. Mayor, I hear that, but if I looked at the data that was shown to us, there was
112.
0 written, 0 verbal.
That's right.
Well, there couple things. There's almost no ability to do it verbal if it's the nighttime code enforcement. There's just no ability to do a verbal warning.
Okay, so a process, I would suggest that you make a list, and the next day, Mr. Harris has a list, and he calls up, River Creek Construction, dude, your thing's uncovered. I think there's a process where you could figure that out.
Whether it's 100, where you can do practically 112 of those with the staff resources we have, the nighttime guys are only at nighttime. It's a code enforcement is a challenge. It's a point that's well noted. We need to have better in policy. So we just recently had conversations internally about better management. Actually had conversations. I wanted to say, as a prosecutorial discretion matter, we'll just convert all of these to warnings rather than actual citations. I got some pushback. And I even discussed that with the municipal judge, and then discussed it with the town prosecutor and got some pushback from the code enforcement staff, because it puts them in a difficult position as to when to issue warnings and when to issue actual citations. But emails did go out. I've seen those. Emails did go out beforehand, before any citations were issued.
Right. So that's a notification.
Yeah.
Then the next step is verbal, written.
But it's almost impossible. We've got to figure out, because especially if we're moving to closed at the end of the day, from where it's written now, basically closed 100% of the time, all during the day, even while it's an active construction project. If it's closed by the end of the day, then the only people who are writing citation or are going to be around are the code enforcement officers. There's nobody to give a verbal warning to. And so are we suggesting that Beach Patrol, and it's a legitimate question, note it down, next day, they found 15 or 20 of these, they're supposed to call all these people? I don't know.
The thing is, it's 112 over a 10-month period, which
No,
comes down to...
it's not a 10-month period.
It's 1
It's
month.
within a 2-month period.
Oh, well, this says January through October.
But they didn't even start this until September. Yeah.
Sorry, that's why you see the 112.
This enforcement, remember, we passed the ordinance, when did we do second reading? It was,
I think it was actually in either August or September that it passed.
yeah, I think
Second
it was in
reading.
August. That was actually passed, emails were sent out.
Correct.
Whether they were sent out to everyone, whether everybody got them, whether everybody paid attention to them, I simply don't know. So then we had an ordinance on the books, and they're,
So they were notified of an ordinance change. So then you could modify the approach. Okay, the contractor's not there, Colin's not there. So instead of saying verbal, written, you could do 2 writtens. But for somebody to unilaterally jump to, the first thing we're to do is write a citation for $1,000, that seems like a lot of overreach to me.
And part of the legitimate issue was raised, there was not consistency in the amount of citation between the different code enforcement staff. That's, again, an internal management issue. So I'll
You're
take,
correct.
I'll take responsibility.
Because it
for that.
wasn't that he said, write the ticket for $500 or write the ticket for $50. I believe it was that the pressure that he probably felt to do something, so I think he went to the staff and said, we need to enforce the ordinance. They then, as staff, as code enforcement officers, then went out to enforce it, and then they decided to write citations. Some wrote the citations for $100, some wrote it for $500. And then that's how you get to that
The
dollar
500
amount.
becomes 1,000.
1,080.
Yeah.
And some wrote it for $100. And so that's where, as enforcement officers, they wrote varying amounts. But at the, next week, when it goes before the judge, he can decide, of course, pending the fact that we're trying to change the ordinance, he may decide to dismiss everything or reduce the fines, all of them to the same level.
So-
We're going to see what happens
So
next week.
now my problem is exacerbated.
Okay.
So, thank you.
No,
But what I heard you
sorry.
say was because of some political pressure from somewhere, somebody decided to jump to the maximum penalty.
No, not the
versus
maximum
working
penalty.
through the process.
Yeah, not the maximum penalty. It's
Well, if it's a verbal, a written, and a
But
dollar, then it's the maximum
Councilmember-
penalty.
Councilmember Farrell, I'll take responsibility for kind of the need to address internal management-related issues. I don't think it's quite fair to jump from, again, the ordinance was passed. The world's supposed to be kind of generally on notice that ordinances that affect them have been approved by council. Subsequent thereto, there was actually communication that was sent out that actually identified each of the relevant issues.
Yep.
And so at that.
So notification is
Yeah,
great.
and
That's
so-
super the town did that.
And at that point, it's, could I or somebody have said that, but again, there was still a legitimate problem that we created ourselves by an imperfectly drafted ordinance. So even then, somebody could have said to them, if you find any uncovered ordinance, issue a written warning. Verbal warning just doesn't really work. Written warning, perhaps so. But I'll share with you a different frustration. The original impetus for this entire ordinance, the primary driver of this, was actually commercial vehicles
On the road.
transiting island. Not been a single citation issued for one of those, even though when I'm coming back in the afternoon, I see
Thank you.
uncovered commercial vehicles, and you see the palm fronds
right. You're
lying around.
absolutely- that
stuff-
was the initial.
stuff
Yeah.
flying out. You see the styrofoam, the stuff that flies out of the back of the truck. So I've said, we're gonna set up a policy, a process for trying to address that. And they're saying, well, I can't stop anybody. You don't have to stop anybody. You simply say, I saw at this point in time, at this location, or you take a picture, but yes.
Well, my inclination
But-
on this would be to wipe the slate clean of the 112 that have been issued. That folks have been well notified now of this ordinance.
With the qualification, if I would be able to do that as the mayor, since it's an enforcement matter of a policy that the town council has implemented, that was what my inclination was. Literally had a conversation with the municipal judge about that
Yeah.
particular
And he
matter.
said no?
He actually seemed to think that was legitimate prosecutorial discretion. We could
Okay.
decide not to go forward with prosecuting it. But code enforcement, you just heard from, has a different view. Oh, he does? Adam does? He has a different view?
Well, you said you talked with our prosecuting attorney.
No, I didn't. I did not have a chance to talk with
okay.
Adam.
So who said we can't do it?
Well,
So normally, historically, what we've done is that we typically don't have, once the presiding officers write the ticket, we let it go through the process. Formal judge, now, I haven't talked with Judge Ain, but our formal judge would say, no, the mayor, nor me, nor anyone should get involved. Once a ticket is written, it opens up Pandora's box. Let it go through the process and let the
legitimate
judge
concern.
take care of it. Or the presiding officer, which is our code enforcement officers, they can dismiss the tickets, but we have typically never gotten involved with going to them and saying, we want you to dismiss everything. So we have been told through our formal municipal judge that that's not something that they think would be appropriate.
Now, I would distinguish between somebody getting involved in just dismissing individual tickets, because that raises the Pandora's box of problems, versus a blanket, we have
right.
an issue here.
Especially in light that we're revising the ordinance that they got the tickets for because it's defective in
That's
some
right.
ways.
Well, so we'll have before the hearing, we'll try to set up a conversation with the town prosecutor as to whether that discretion should be or could be appropriately exercised in this instance. But the caveat, the qualifier I wanted to offer to that is the issue I have is a lot of those tickets were issued now several weeks ago.
Have they been paid?
No, maybe, I'm not sure any have been paid yet, but the dumpsters still haven't been covered. So I would say you got a free pass on that very first one, but anything subsequent thereto. And as an enforcement, again, interpretive enforcement matter, we're only going to do it at the end of the day, notwithstanding what the current ordinance says. We're only going to go out and look at the end of day. But if people are still just ignoring this, what do we do?
Hang them high.
She doesn't mean that literally.
If the judge wants to know where at least one person on council stands, I say dismiss the ones that have been written. Start over.
And before I answer, are we going to vote on passing this today, or is this still a first reading of this?
No, this is to approve this ordinance on first reading.
It will be approved on first reading.
If we so vote.
Yep, okay.
That's what the motion is.
So my answer to your question would be, we approve this, they've had 3 weeks' notice and known, tomorrow, write tickets. Hang them high, as my partner said.
Okay, well, let's first vote on we have a motion pending, first reading of the revised loose materials ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, okay. What I will say from an administration standpoint is we will continue to explore options to do something in advance of the hearing.
Okay.
But if I'm advised that it would be inappropriate for whatever reason, then we'll simply let the judge make the determination with regard to the tickets that are issued. It may be that I would go there and say, I recommend you dismiss all of these. But I do have a problem with the failure to comply subsequent to the tickets being issued. And in the interim, in the month, the association needs to figure out how to solve for this one pickup issue, and we can figure out from an enforcement standpoint if there's something else we, may need to deal with in that regard.
Okay, and so, I know we're beating the tar out of this, but since we agreed to hang them high, tomorrow there's a dumpster uncovered. Do we go through forget the oral, do we do a written warning, or do we go right to?
Well, there have been 112 tickets issued, so they've gotten a warning. I mean, they've gotten more than a warning. And if they're still
I know
ignoring-
Dolphin knows what to do tomorrow, okay, but
What everybody knows, what the ordinance says is the dumpster should be covered, full stop.
I'm okay hanging them high, starting tomorrow.
We've approved this ordinance for first reading. We'll come back with any revised changes. In fact, we didn't address the one small amendment. We could easily do that on second reading. And then we'll continue to figure out what our options are from an administration of the policy standpoint. And I'll report back to council. Next agenda item. Thank you. Is this Mr. Taylor? This is our pervious paving requirements. This is both, so do we need to first go into public hearing?
Yes, sir. Sometimes he does a public hearing for you before you go into public hearing.
Pardon?
Mr. Taylor will do a quick presentation for you all
Okay.
before you go into public hearing.
Members of council, today we have one first reading. This particular is a proposed text amendment to 3 sections of our code. And just for abbreviated version, I'm going to reference this as pervious paving requirements. But before I go into the actual ordinance and its proposed text amendments, I do want to just give an overview of how sort of we got to where we are today. And so I just want to highlight these sort of few timeline stamps that I think gives a significant capture of the brevity, the length rather, of how long this has been discussed and batted around and brought to this stage. So in 2018, the town, through the Environmental Committee, established Flood Mitigation and Sea Level Rise Adaptation Committee, and they produced a report. And post the adoption of that particular report, the Planning Department, we presented amendments for the Planning Commission, and those amendments focused on resiliency elements of modifying our comprehensive plan to incorporate a little bit more resilience focused goals and objectives. And one of those was the establishment or formalization of our comprehensive marsh management plan, which is very familiar to you all today. That process took some time to get through. In 2022 and 2023, that was formally adopted, that comprehensive marsh management plan, and specifically through the implementation phase, phase 1, 3 priority objectives were established. And that one specifically referencing one of the goals of the plan was to incentivize permeable surfaces as well as significantly limit impermeable surfaces with some tangential relationships to stormwater management. As part of that first implementation phase as well, a very targeted and community awareness and education component was discussed by the work group that was established as a priority to ensure that all of the components of the marsh management plan that we abreast the community as best we can, because there was so much complexity as to a number of the issues presented. Through focus study with the subcommittee of that marsh management work group, and a recommendation was put forth, and that recommendations of a dual-prong approach was presented to town council of looking at both not just the regulatory changes, but also incentives. And that's just going back to earlier in 2024, which our town council retreat, that outlined of some incentives that were drafted. I'll highlight those very briefly, but essentially the sentiments or appetite for direct incentives for pervious paving, pervious paving for the community didn't get what I would say just the right amount of support, and that regulatory changes would be the best stage to move forward with that would provide the best benefit in the direction that the subcommittee had been working towards. Through this process, there's been a number of continued efforts to try to make sure that we are abreast in community of the benefits to pervious elements on site in the site plan. And ultimately, where we've landed in July of 2024 this year, we did get recommendation of approval for this particular ordinance, and that recommendation came by a vote of 5-1 from the Planning Commission. And then following that, we actually sort of tabled the public hearing and first reading from August to post of having a more broader approach to the community regarding resiliency and stormwater. If you recall, September 30th, we had a joint workshop with the Planning Commission and Town Council. Continued towards that efforts, I won't dive into all of these, but just point out a few of these. Education and awareness, whether through directly the Marsh Management Work Group, joint communication efforts between the town and other entities on island. That's been a continued focus to try to make as many people aware of this shift in becoming more resilient. One of those being directly a joint communication between the entities, which has been well received by the Community Association and then partnering. We've also actually, through this process, was able to work with the Architecture Review Board to release the pre-approved list of materials that would be pre-approved by the Architecture Review Board to make the permitting process a little bit easier. So this has been a number of steps that I said folded into this particular process as we continue to become more resilient. The actual ordinance itself, it touches three sections, Section 12-128, 12-63, and 374. Essentially, the highlight of this is that now pervious paving will be required for three principal areas on a site, meaning our driveways, parking areas, non-primary trails. And this would be applicable. I've included in this just a slide you've seen before, which is the handout that the Conservancy produced during our workshop, just to add in sort of just a little bit more context to the pervious design construction. And then, as you all know, as I stated earlier, the Planning Commission did recommend approval for this. Staff also feels that the proposed text amendment is consistent with the approval criteria. And then finally, regarding any public comments that may have been received for today, we didn't receive any formal written public comments that would be submitted into the record, but we did get questions regarding, is this a new requirement? How long is this process? And some other engagement things that actually some of the builders presented to staff of recommendations for further other ordinances down the road. I'll pause there, and if there was any specific questions about the actual text, that can come after the public hearing.
Questions for the planning director?
Okay, I'll start. This is great presentation, but I struggle with the concept because you're going to cite, I think it was 18% of the pervious coverage is driveways, and you're going to say that we need to do impervious driveways going forward. So I'll get the numbers wrong, but just go with me. There's about 4,500 houses already built on Kiowa. Driveways kind of have a 30-year lifespan or more. People are not going to replace their driveways at a huge clip. So this is going to directly impact new construction. So the number, whether it's 15 or 18% impervious coverage, it's not going to change. That's going to be the same. So the only thing you're doing is affecting, I don't know, it's 350 or 450 lots that are left to be built on. Okay? That's number one. Number two is the way you're going to get real impact is through replacements or through focus on commercial development, which the resort has got a lot of property to commercially develop. So for me, the focus shouldn't be on homeowners as much as it should be on commercial development and the resort in particular. Three, there's a lot of issues with kind of turnarounds and curves, but pervious, that you probably need to be more specific about what type of pervious coverage you're going to have. But, you know, while again, this is a lot of motherhood and apple pie, you're talking about a lot of things, and it's not directly appropriate to residential driveways, which is what it sounds like this ordinance is really focused on. So I think we ought to think about the stuff that's already impervious and how do you correct that versus a very small piece that's going to be new construction in residential. So impervious and the resort or new commercial construction.
That's just for procedural wise. I don't know if we wanted to pause the or enter into public
Yeah,
hearing before we get
I didn't know if there was
before
a question, is a question more, I don't know if it's a discussion or
That's what I wanted
or
to
a
be
question.
sure.
Yeah.
We can certainly go into public hearing, but it sounded more like a
What do you want it to be?
policy argument as opposed to a specific question. For example, if your question is, does this only apply to residential, or does it also
Yeah. So this
apply to
would,
commercial
this
parks?
would
Yeah,
apply
so is the
to,
focus
Yeah, so-
residential or is the focus commercial?
so this would apply to all properties, so this would not necessarily just be residential, so all areas would now be required to be.
And is it focused more on new construction, or is there a plan for replacement?
So the ordinance specifically says that all new construction would now be required. We're not asking anyone to rip up a current driveway to replace it, but if they were to do substantial renovations or modifying their site, then they would need to comply with the pervious requirement.
But all new commercial parking facilities would
Correct.
be obligated to comply with this.
Correct.
And then I thought I read someplace where there was no incentives that anybody could see that they liked or point a finger to that were going to be effective.
So the incentive component, we've had a lot of discussions, and Ms. Kay, you can jump in accordingly. But I'll reference the two principal ones that we've had some discussion around. The initial was some subsidy that where a property owner chose to do a pervious element, the town would have a program that they would be able to incur some of that cost, or it wasn't a number provided at that stage, but at least some
That was for replacements.
for replacements.
So that would provide some incentive for a homeowner like me whose driveway is now approaching that 30-year age, that I could choose to retain an aesthetically unpleasing driveway, or I could choose to replace it, and if it was a $30,000 budget item, is there something that the town could do to reduce that cost, since this is a strictly voluntary movement on my part?
Did we decide that there was something the town could do, or?
There was no appetite. We
Right.
looked at several different options along the way, and we never got by it.
And part of what my view at the time, is we discussed this, I think, at our strategic planning meeting at some length, was the first step, let's go ahead and put in place, as many other communities have, a pervious surfaces requirement, mandatory pervious surfaces requirement for all replacement or new construction. The issue that I had with the incentive program was not conceptual, it was pragmatic.
Yep.
Which is for the town to administer an incentive program, cost associated with that, what qualifies, when does it qualify, how much, and all of that would be a lot involved in that if we wanted to look at that separately going forward and what the design of that might look like without creating a huge new staffing apparatus just to solve what may be a handful a year of repaving request. Struck me as something that was less important to address an immediate issue than putting in place this requirement. That was just my take on it.
I just have a general concern that the cost of permeable is going to be so much more than concrete, let's say.
That was my next question.
Yeah, it's so much more.
Did you do an
That it
analysis
will
of the
be a
cost of
disincentive.
permeable versus
Yes.
flat concrete?
So that remains my level of, my biggest issue of discontent with this, is that we have not been able to come up with some kind of incentive, except for saying, well, community, folks in a neighborhood should band together and get a discount from whatever contractor they're going to use to put in their driveways. So instead of me being one single homeowner, I get 10 of my neighbors to go in and we negotiate with.
And I think that's a conversation, for example, occurring in Inlet Cove right now.
Yeah, so
40%? Can you tell me what discount you got? Have you negotiated it?
Do we need?
Off the pavers and off the concrete.
I was gonna, could just add to that point. We've continued to try to engage with the regime and push that envelope, whatever support that we can have to encourage that they still do that on their own. That was the Ocean Woods motto, as we've named it, is kind of how that idea of the regime's taking this. Councilman Farrell, what I have shared here is just a really rough cost analysis, part of what we did early, of a few different product types. So this is the pervious concrete paver. That showed $14 to $28 a square foot, which would be sort of the equivalent to the standard concrete pavers.
So before you leave that, is that the cost of the pavers or cost of installation included?
That is, from my understanding, the cost of the pavers. I would have to verify again whether or not that includes labor and installation.
I haven't seen the recommendation from the ARB, but my concern would be, and this is a question, if I think about this picture, and you've got 8, 14, 15, 16 inches of removed grade and preparation versus standard concrete pavers, they level the sand and put the pavers in. That prep cost and installation cost is going to be significantly more than, and I think we need to know that cost.
Oh, it
Or do
definitely
you have that
will be.
cost?
Oh, it definitely, there's a lot more labor for doing that.
3 layers and,
Yeah.
and don't get me wrong, I like this idea, but do you have a cost analysis of the installation versus a standard installation?
Because all you do, so I did a new concrete driveway last year or 2 years ago. I investigated pavers, not permeable, just pavers, paver driveway. It was 50% more
Than concrete?
than concrete. And a lot of it was because of the labor. Before you do a concrete or even asphalt, you just get a roller out there and you compact the soil. But there's a lot more hand installation for putting down the sand dust and placing the pavers, a lot more labor. But the permeable pavers would be even more expensive. I'm not for, I don't like this at all. I think, you know what's going to happen? You're going to you look to sell your house, you're going to have a home inspection, the engineering guy is going to have a negative tick mark. You don't have a permeable driveway. I think this is an overreach in my mind. I think we're asking for too much here.
The cost for permeable paver installed, all in with base layers and everything else, was $20 to $23 per square foot. So within John's range. The concrete, a groomed concrete or softwood concrete alternative was around half that.
That's what I found.
Yeah, I don't know what the cost was for permeable asphalt or permeable concrete. Those wouldn't work in our neighborhood, so it was around double, but it wasn't outrageous.
You mentioned something about concrete as well as, is there another layer in here that's concrete?
Well, under the cottage, right, the permeable requirement only applies to exposed surfaces. So under a cottage, you can still have an impermeable surface.
They've got like the tree houses, they've got a parking pad underneath it.
Concrete pad.
Okay.
So under a cottage, we do groomed concrete, which is $10 a square foot.
Oh, are you guys replacing that as well?
Yeah, if we're going to do it, we're going to do everything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Russ, you may be right. It may be overreach. On the other hand,
But the same, other cities are doing the same,
yeah.
I guess,
No,
overreach.
I don't know if they are or.
They are.
I don't know if they
They
are.
are.
They are. We
Not-
got, the committee did the work.
Yeah.
The Folly Beach, New Orleans,
The other
others.
thing we haven't talked about is maintenance. You live in a sandy environment. Those pores and whatever kind of permeable material you put down are going to get clogged, and you're going to have to pressure wash them out somehow.
We've had that concern that was raised during our subcommittees and discussions, and so the thought pattern there, there's nothing been formally presented or approved or anything, but the thought pattern is if this were to move forward, one of the opportunities is to be able to, just like a standard maintenance agreement with, that the community association has for trash pickup or a regime has for trash pickup, then that could be an opportunity for a standard once a year, twice a year vacuum of pervious elements that would still provide sort of that the incentive, that could be another incentive that
That's something the town's paying for.
it could be. I'm sorry, we have not flushed that out because that's
But
more of an
well,
implementation and requires a little bit more.
That's an additional cost, though. You see, when, that's not being considered, because if, you look at a concrete or a non-permeable driveway, you don't really have maintenance costs per se.
Yeah, I mean,
Permeable,
what the committee
you do.
what the committee ultimately weighed upon is, yes, maintenance, we understood that maintenance was gonna be an added factor, but the weight of longevity of the benefit of pervious elements and when we're looking at just becoming more resilient, being able to use a kind of on the counter of what you just mentioned a moment ago of being able to market now Kiowa as permeable, that's becoming not a front-facing opportunity. Those were what the committee kind of said, that those were positive things that this would be attractive.
This is one of the primary strategies that communities that are dealing with water resiliency-related issues is putting in place. It's not the only one, but it's one, because you're more impermeable or impervious surfaces you place on the island, the more you're gonna have stormwater
Of course, I
runoff
understand that.
issues.
No, of
So,
course.
yes, there's no question it's gonna be more costly, but at least here's a community where it's not even a mandate, and yet willing to onboard that additional cost.
Pardon?
Sparrow Pond and Greens Lake are going through the same thing.
Ocean Woods did
Have
it.
they made their decisions? Have they made their decisions? Sparrow?
I think they're almost final with their decisions right now. But they are going ahead with pervious materials.
Areas where there's acute flooding issues.
Yeah.
Other parts of the island don't have it, but, and with full appreciation of your level of concern about this, and from a purely selfish perspective, as one of those people who's likely to be bearing that cost myself, I still think that it's a commitment to an environmentally sensitive and aware position.
Well, it is.
And
But you have to be, one thing you have to be careful, when you have a flood, it doesn't matter if you have permeable or not. It's not gonna matter.
Your classic flooding, no. Nuisance flooding or tidal surge, no. This is gonna deal with better management of stormwater.
Right.
That's right. It's a stormwater versus a
Correct.
flooding
That this
issue.
would,
Right.
pervious paving is not going to solve any inundation, flooding, or any of those
But I
those
think,
types of things.
well, I shouldn't say what, some people are thinking that, but it's not the end-all to solve a flooding issue. It's just not.
No, not, in fact, it doesn't do much of anything to solve flooding, other than perhaps, allow for a little bit quicker dissipation once you've had.
Minimal.
Yeah, flood, but that's it.
Minimal.
But that's it, yeah, I agree with that.
And you probably will get the cost back when you sell your house.
Well, potentially, you could. I don't know. I would like to be honest, is there a way we can do a survey? I would like to get community input in this, to be honest with you.
Well, we were supposed to be in a public hearing right now, actually, which is the opportunity for.
Yes, and we haven't opened public hearing up yet.
So do we need to go into?
We need to open public hearing. That's
Motion
correct.
to go into public hearing.
Okay, I so move.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, public.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now in public hearing. Are there members of the public that would like to comment on the proposed ordinance? Yes, please.
We can probably even remember who you are.
Again, Christopher Ibsen, Dolphin Architects and Builders. I would say first, just philosophically, no opposition to this at all. I mean, just the concept of creating pervious surfaces we agree with that philosophy and think that part sounds great. I do think there are financial considerations that need to be studied in greater detail. So just at a high level, kind of quick and dirty numbers I got back from our driveway subcontractors yesterday when I learned about this. So this is just kind of based on a typical, probably quarter acre lot on Kiowa, so about a 30-yard pour for a traditional driveway. So traditional driveway is probably going to run about $17,000 in that context. Pervious pavers are going to jump to probably anywhere from $42,000 to $50,000. A granite and drain system, which is I know being done a good bit over on Sullivan's Island, and that's essentially doing a traditional driveway but building kind of a retention space underneath the driveway. That's about 24 to 25. Pervious concrete's going to be 26 to 29. So probably anywhere from about 2 to 3 times the cost of a traditional driveway.
Plus maintenance.
Plus maintenance, yes. And so maintenance is a consideration, as was noted earlier. The pervious concrete has to be maintained to maintain its porosity, or it doesn't work anymore. I do think there should be some measure of consideration, particularly on the replacement side, is that, you know, there are certainly residents of Kiowa who have lived out here for a long time, who've been in their house for a long time, may be forced to replace their driveway, may not be in a financial situation that $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 is insignificant to them. So I think maybe having some kind of variance request system for financial hardship to allow people to do a more economical installation should be considered if council goes down this path. Another consideration I hope council would take into consideration is just the timing and implementation, and again, figuring out a plan with the building community and the permitting office that we don't put builders in a situation where, like, I'm in plan review for several houses right now. I don't want to have to go back to my clients and say, oh, by the way, your contract budget just went up $20,000 because now we have to do this kind of driveway. You know, I've already signed contracts. So if there's a way that we can figure out an implementation schedule, if you go down this path, that doesn't, you know, kind of force us to go backwards on clients who have already made those financial commitments and decisions. Something that honestly I think I need to learn more about too is and we heard from our subcontractor, is issues in hot months. So kind of from May to October, my primary subcontractor for this, who does driveways all over the island, said, I won't do it on Kiowa in the hot months because the pervious concrete is much thicker and harder to deal with. And so it can throw in the truck, they call it, before you actually ever get it out to the site, or it's going to be much thicker to try and install. When it gets to the site, it's a lot harder to work with. And in the heat, it's a lot harder to work with. So I think there are going to be some operational issues with that. Again, I'm not saying those things couldn't be resolved, and at a high level, I think both my company and I think probably builders in general would support the idea of having thoughtful stormwater management solutions and would want to collaborate on that. One other idea I would throw out is just, you know, perhaps you consider an incentive of a discounted building permit to the homeowner if they choose to go this direction and make that greater investment.
$25, right?
Well, I think a little more than that, maybe, or some kind of credit for the incremental spend.
It's like $25, it's barely lunch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're talking about some big dollars, so I'm talking about a meaningful credit against their building permit expense.
Raised some good questions. I'm curious in one respect, whether you guys build on Folly Island, Folly Beach, because they, but because they do have this requirement, so people are building homes there, and
Sure.
Renovating and repairing, so.
I think it's just more expensive there, and off the top of my head, I can't tell you where the closest concrete plant is, just related to those operational issues, but.
Again, a lot of other communities have moved in this direction. No question, it's more costly. You did raise, I thought, really one compelling point, which I would want to give some further thought to. With any new build now on Kiowa Island, you're talking about $3, $4, $5 million home. So if it's a 20 or extra 20,000 or something for you're spending on the driveway, I just, that doesn't, but it doesn't, but not really seem to move the needle that much. But your point about older homes, if they have to replace their driveway, which may not that, they're not building a new $5 million home, they're simply repairing the driveway on, it may be a college village or something else, that's, you raise a legitimate point there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher.
She voted.
I voted. Hi, I'm Sherry Gallagher, 119 Spartina Court. I think you should poll the public and find out what they want. People on Kiowa love the environment. They are going to want to spend money if it's going to be the responsible thing to do to protect this barrier island. We are all terrified of sea level rise and water inundation and storm water removal. So I think they will be willing to spend it, but I think us talking about it in this room is ignoring what the public wants. So let's take a poll. Thank you.
Good idea.
Dave DiStefano, 31 Burroughs Hall. I've got two areas in my house that are pervious. Part of my driveway is pavers, my courtyard's pavers. When it rains hard, it's pervious, the water all goes into the pool. It goes into the pool. When it's raining really hard, it's tough to keep pervious pavers pervious. You get, if it's in a shaded area, you get all the moss in the joints, it's not pervious anymore. You get sand and stuff in it, it's a maintenance issue. So once if you pass this ordinance, are you gonna have follow-up to make sure it remains pervious? Because I see a lot of driveways, there's one on my street, it's sloped, it's pervious, it's pavers. When it rains, everything goes to the street. I can't, maybe there's a percentage that's going in between the joints, but it's not much. So that maintenance issue, long-term, who's gonna determine whether or not it's still pervious for all of that extra money?
And I think that's what this chart is telling us. If you look at this chart, the top line, pavers with fines, the first rain, you get 6.6 inches per hour. The second rain, you don't get any. If you look at it, pea gravel, that's 1,200 versus 6. So it's really about what you choose to have for your pervious driveway. But pavers or pervious concrete aren't really the solution if you look at Ocean Woods, Indigo Park, or Cacique, or even the Sandcastle. And again, without fines, you think about that maintenance issue, it's going to plug up with stuff, whether it's dirt, leaves, acorn grounds. And I totally agree with Sherry. It sounds like a great idea. I keep coming back to, where is this on the list of the things we're going to do for stormwater management? Are there other things, and are other things that are bigger hit? Was this easy? Was this something that, how did we get here versus, and what else is on the list?
I'm sorry, John, just a
Oh,
second,
yeah,
we're still in
that
public
was
hearing.
rhetorical.
Yeah, rhetorical. Well, I
Did
didn't
you wanna
require you to answer.
take
Let me
more
put
and
it
then
that way.
close it?
Sorry, any other comments from members of the public?
Kara Crowell, 23 Arrowhead.
Pronounce your last name again?
Crowell,
Kroll, okay, got it.
like the bird, Bill. I actually have a pervious driveway. It's all stone. We did it very intentionally as part of the design, all native landscape, we're tree huggers. But we love it. We talk to all of our clients about it. And there is, I think, more education. The cost on new builds can be overcome. It would be nice if there's a little bit of an, offset that you can have a little bit more walkway if you go embrace more pervious. When our first home on Kiowa, we also did pervious there as well. And at that point in time, 15 years ago, the ARB counted that pervious the same way they did as concrete for lot coverage. And the whole idea was that when you sell the home, the next owner could come in and concrete it. And sure enough, that's what they did. So it would be nice if we implement something like this, that we protect it as pervious so that the subsequent owners have to maintain that. That could help that whenever we get to, higher density on the island, that we've at least maintained that percentage at, 18, whatever the number is.
There is a very slight increase in the percentage of maximum lot coverage included with this ordinance. Now, it's minor. It was,
The sidewalk type area is how I read it. Correct.
It was,
So it was a very, very small amount. And then I also agree with what Christopher was saying as far as burden on the existing homeowners that need to replace a driveway. So the zoning permit is $25, the building permit, which is a sliding scale that, as y'all know, just those fees just went up October 1.
Mr. Babinek.
Gene Babnick at 97 Belmead.
Hi, Gene.
Hi, Luke, how are you?
Are you speaking as an Inlet Cove member or a planning commission member or both?
As an Inlet Cove member.
Okay.
And if people have questions about the planning commission, I'll do that as well, thank you. So as I mentioned, we've had very good uptick within Inlet Cove with the project. Out of 108 owners, 40 have signed up for it initially, okay? That's in addition to people that have already gone this route. Okay, we've had probably 5 or 10 people already put in permeables. People like the aesthetics of them. They're very appealing compared to pavement, to asphalt or concrete. We've done education with our homeowners. We had an owners meeting recently, did a whole presentation about what's involved with this product, right? The maintenance that's required. Kind of similar to if you have a roof or gutters. If you do something, you have to maintain it.
are you doing pavers or pebbles, or what are you doing?
We're doing pavers. We have 2 paver options that we're offering. Okay, so we've educated people. People are excited about it. I know that Sparrow Pond, we piggyback off their project initially. They started theirs before us. Sparrow Pond and Greens Lake are doing the same thing. I think they have another 40 owners over there that are doing it. There are incentives because we're going as a group. We're getting reduced costs from the contractor. From the ARB, we're getting concessions about doing a neighborhood fee versus individual fees. We're doing a group deposit versus individual deposits. So all these things have kind of incentivized our owners to sign up for this and go ahead with it. I think people see the merits of it too environmentally. Our area is prone to encroachment from the marshes. Rainwater comes down, it doesn't have a lot of places to go, so people are sensitive that where we are by the marsh. They're signing up for it, and I think they're excited about it.
do you have a rough estimate of what it's going to cost an individual homeowner to put it in? One driveway?
I have the square foot, I don't have the average driveways though, I don't.
And you're in a neighborhood that's like 30 years old, so it's due for replacement.
We're in one of the older neighborhoods, we're probably one of the first neighborhoods on Kiowa, so it is prime territory to do this, yeah.
When did you start?
We started this project in June or July. We've been working with the contractor. We've now have pricing. The contractor will probably kick off with the driveway installations December. And his estimate is that it's probably going to take anywhere between 6 to 9 months to get around to everybody.
Okay, so you'll beat that summer heated concrete.
Well, I don't think that's going to impact us because we're just using pavers. We're not using the pervious concrete or asphalt. And I think, yeah, he had some similar comments about those products too, that they really trap some of the sand and things like that. He was much more in favor of the pavers, just the ease of cleaning them, the modularity. If you do need to have work done into your house, if the power lines need to be worked on, it's easy to pick up pavers and remove them, spot replace it, and then put them back in versus tearing up an asphalt or concrete driveway. So there are some benefits to it.
Thank you. Keep us informed
Sure
of
thing.
progress, please.
Sure thing. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babinek. Any further comments from members of the public? If not, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing and return to regular session.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, Councilmember
You'll need a
Farrell.
motion if you want to have discussion for first reading. This is all, we're going
Oh,
to
yeah,
first
we
reading.
still need, yes. So entertain a motion for approval of the ordinance on first reading.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Councilmember Farrell, I think you had some additional questions for the planning director.
Yeah, what other things are on the list of things we could do to better manage stormwater, other than pavers? Or beyond pavers, sorry.
So this was what we thought was low-hanging fruit in the initial discussions of the marsh management work group. The additional items that one of those have already also received Planning Commission recommendation of approval is for us to establish or move down the process of establishing stormwater application as part of the permitting process. And so that would now initiate a process where property owners now considering other elements on site, so rain gardens, on-site retention to help with stormwater. So whereas and we've went through a similar process with the rain gardens, not as exhaustive, I think, in going through an ordinance requirement, but with the stormwater management that we anticipate to bring that back before council in December, that would have the ability for a property owner to choose, hey, I'm going to do a rain garden on my site. I'm going to do on-site retention. Essentially, what we're looking at is required metric for on-site retention before it enters the master drainage system. And so that would probably be a bigger lift or impact towards stormwater runoff.
How do you think about entering the stormwater management system, or maybe a lagoon is part of the stormwater management system? Is lagoon part of that, or are you talking about the pipes underneath the roads?
So I'm saying for your house, we would ask that you capture X percentage of whatever hits your roof and driveways and retain on your property before it goes into that lagoon.
Okay.
So that's the mindset that we're heading in.
And John, what about the other recommendations that come up in the context of the site plan reviews originally for, the Beachwalker projects and some of the recommendations that Weston and Sampson had made, and putting in place additional ordinance requirements that are consistent, for example, with the more rigorous standards required by Charleston County as opposed to DHEC?
Yeah, that is in the next, what I'm calling the next phase of that stormwater text amendment, which would focus on the rainfall data percentage metrics that we would use. Right now, what you're referencing, the county's stormwater manual, and it was kind of referenced during the workshop that we held, their requirements of using more current projections and storm data is something that we would fold into into our local, our town zoning code. So that, in the long term, I think would have the same benefits of what was evaluated by Weston and Sampson and some of their, in their analysis for the Beachwalker projects.
How do we, a stormwater management person, think about the volume of water you get? So, for example, we get 2 inches of rain on my property, it's going to soak into the soil. 4 inches of rain is going to soak in. At some level, my soil's going to be
Saturated.
Thank you, saturated, and it's going to run off or go to the lowest spot. How do we think about that, or how does a stormwater management engineer think about that?
So,
at what level do you say, well, I just can't collect anymore? It just is physically impossible.
So it's a couple different factors. One is going to be, and I'm not the engineer, so I won't go too far than my limitations here, but one is going to be the factor of soil composition. The other is going to be essentially how much pervious or impervious rather that's collecting. So and I thought maybe there was one exhibit on that sheet that showed the different soil types on Kiowa, where we do have pretty much I think a loose soil type that would allow good drainage. That is going to determine how much or how fast that rate is. Right now in the ordinance, we're only asking for 0.1 infiltration rate. that infiltration rate is just consistent with what most of all the local other jurisdictions are asking.
But at some point, I guess what I'm asking, at some point, there's a capacity issue on your property that, you know, we all reach. Like if, as Councilman Berner said, if the marsh flood comes in, there's nothing you can do about that. Or if there's 24 inches of rain, there's probably nothing you can do.
I think maybe the other equation is what has been in our recommendation is that whatever your lot coverage determination is, so that 33%, anything beyond that, we would actually to capture on your site. So if you have, I'm trying to give a good example here without. Yeah, I think the standard is looking at what your maximum lot coverage is. And so if you have a 33% maximum lot coverage for the zone that you're in, and your house, let's say, is at 23%, or let me use 28%, you have that extra 5% that we would be able to say, okay, this now, that 5% of extra water, we would want you to capture that on site.
Got it.
Before it enters that master drainage system. So that's
The big thing that we're missing here in this discussion, and we're in a sandy soil climate or a geotechnical area. Very, very high permeability, all right? Like any kind of high permeability soil, it doesn't just go vertically down. If it's highly permeable, it's like a plume, it'll go laterally as well, all right? I mean, that's just the way science is. These things will work better if you're in a more dense clayey or silty type of environment where you want to generate a place for the water to sink down. But what's going to happen here, it's going to go laterally as soon as it goes down because it's sandy. That's just the way the water works in a sandy soil. You're really not adding that much permeability by doing a kind of permeable surface because we're in a sandy soil location.
That sounds just counterintuitive to me.
No, because think right now you have a driveway or a walkway, whatever it happens to be. So right now it's concrete. So water falls on your driveway, right? And it sheets off to the left or to the right. But as it sheets off to the left or the right, it starts to go down. It's going to go to the path of least resistance, which is going to be dry under your driveway because it's a sandy soil. It's going to take the path of least resistance, and in sand, it's going to spread laterally.
Hey, can I just
in
add?
clay, that's not the case. And clay is not the case, but in a sandy soil, it's going to plume out laterally.
One thing that I omitted in my initial presentation is from the work group and recommendation from the Planning Commission, we've spent a lot of discussion on water quantity. Water quality was another element of that discussion components. I just want to make sure I threw that in here. So the pervious element was another water quality factor of benefit to allow that water to be filtered before it enters that master drainage system. So I just wanted to, that just came to me, so I just wanted to.
And I have no competence whatsoever to judge, the merits of the argument you're making. But I come back to, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We were looking at what a lot of other coastal communities have done. So if that were true, why, I don't know the answer, why Seabrook, Folly Beach, Tybee, and others are implementing these same.
I don't know. I'm coming from a geotechnical perspective, what I just told you. In a sandy soil, it doesn't just go straight down. It goes lateral. That's just the way it works. I cannot explain what other.
And that may be a legitimate issue with runoff. I guess still going through sandy soil addresses some of the water quality issue, though. You get more filtering than you would running directly into the drains in your driveway and street.
All right, so for me, I mean, you guys will decide how you vote, but I'm putting aside what I just said from the engineering perspective. I am uncomfortable voting to take money out of the community's pocket, not just on the installation costs, but also on the annual maintenance costs. Unless we get a survey that says the community is okay with the increased cost, I can't vote to take money out of their pocket. I can't do it.
Okay, I hear what Mr. Byrne is saying, and I would, we're close, but we're off just a little bit. I think for single-family homeowners that are left to build, I don't think that's a huge impact on the increasing of the pervious surface. I think the big catch is on any new commercial development parking lots.
I agree with you, Luke.
And there, I think that's, whether it's drives, whether it's roads, whether it's parking lot, I think that is a big deal. And I think all this makes sense. We are putting a financial burden on those guys too, and I don't do that lightly. But I think that as I think about kind of the scope of what we're trying to do, 15 more houses in Ocean Park is not going to be a big difference. But because of exactly what you're saying, I would agree, it's going to go underneath. It's going to be retained on the lot. But for new commercial construction, I think we have to go this route. And the second place is replacement commercial construction. We have to go this route. I think it's going to make a difference in a macro way, not in a micro way.
I agree with everything you just said.
By the
We
way,
should write that down.
Somewhat,
You guys all write that down.
related to this. I know another issue that you as a prior planning commission member may have addressed, a current as planning commission member, that is inextricably intertwined with all of this is our lot coverage maximums. Because we have some of our zoning districts allow for up to 70% lot coverage. And that kind of lot coverage seems inconsistent with the whole ethos of trying to create, having more area of the island that's available for a sponge.
So let's talk through that a little bit. I hear what you're saying, and I think those lot coverage areas are going to be the inlet coves and the spare ponds. They're going to be small lots.
No, right now, part of it is in, I believe, John, is resort districts. Some of the resort districts, for example, have 70%. The higher ones tend to be the very small lots, less than 10,000 square feet, 50 or 60% or patio.
Which is Greens
homes.
Lake and.
Which is, but there are.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
But there are, I believe, the RST1 and RST2 need to look at it. Some of that is up to 70%.
Those do marry the 70%, as well as our PR zoning district. What the standard or significant zoning districts of our R1, R2, those are going to be the 33, 40%, 50% in a few instances based on lot size, but 33%, of course, is our standard single-family sort of zoning district. When you do get to the RST1, RST2, those do increase in the coverage.
It seems like you'd want to do almost exactly the opposite.
I think the intent there was that you have more concentrated development in these areas, so it's not spread across the entire island. But we can evaluate those numbers. I don't know if that was something intended as part of this exercise, but we can go back and.
And are those areas the ones that are closer to 30 years old, so there's a replacement cycle coming up? I'm thinking Greens Lake is one of those where it's got high lot coverage.
In general, west to east, you can kind of track
Mostly
that.
in the
So
west.
mostly the cottages are what I would, if the question is prime for not renovation, but replacement, then I would say yes.
Okay. I want to say thank you all. I know I've been kind of a driver of this discussion, and you guys have been very patient with me, so thank you. Well, I've been sounding critical. I'm not critical. I'm just kind of working through this in my own mind. So thank you all.
So where are we now, then?
Well, we have a pending motion to approve this ordinance on first reading. That's where we are.
Then I guess we're taking a vote.
And just to add to Councilmember
Farrell.
Farrell's a comment on new driveways versus replacement driveways. Right now, I'm on page 3 of 10 under section 112-128. That's where it's enumerated that this would be new driveways. And so if there was a consideration of you only wanting replacement driveways, that would be where you can make that amendment to just replacement driveways and not necessarily new.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk out loud, I don't know where I am on that. Definitely for commercial, new or replacement. I'm sensitive to the smaller lots, people maybe not having the same wherewithal and replacement coming up. But I understand that's there, so thank you.
Yeah, so the last thing, and then just the committee understood that they didn't want to put that pressure on having anyone having, whether it be a 30-year-old driveway, that we're forcing them to replace that driveway. So it would be still on their intent that if they were, that it becomes permeable if they do.
So does this current ordinance, I'm flipping through the pages, looking at the red line comments, it doesn't say replacement driveways.
It does under
Page 3.
12-128.
Yeah, I'm there.
The F, letter F.
Oh, and driveway replacements, okay, sorry. All right, so I'm gonna put in a motion, will you guys be okay with the motion to take out driveway replacements? That's,
You mean,
Or if hardship, so I think it was
I
your
wanted to address
comment
that.
about
Yeah.
hardship.
I'm sorry, thank you for reminding me that. I wanted to address that. So if there was a consideration moving for a variance, that's one of the criteria that the Board of Zoning Appeals wouldn't be able to consider financial hardship. So I wanted to be very careful in however, any inclination of a financial hardship being incorporated
I don't think any new
into-
construction is gonna qualify under that.
I would agree. So I think we could look at whether replacement is a bargaining chip in here, or financial hardship is a bargaining chip, or both.
Well, I don't think financial hardship exists for new construction. I would just propose taking out driveway replacements. I don't know if you guys are okay with that or not.
So this is first reading. I'd like to think about it. I think that's where you're going to get some bang for your buck. But I want to focus on the commercial aspect of this. So I can go either way, since it's
So we
first
can
reading.
add, well, we'll take out
I'd say leave it
driveway
in.
replacements and add in the wording that you just discussed, Luke, regarding commercial. I'm okay with that, too.
I'm sorry, I don't see it in. Talk to me about where it talks about commercial in here, John.
So right now, the ordinance would apply to both, all properties, so single family and
yeah.
residential and
The biggest
commercial.
area, I
So-
mean, it applies all required surface
So if
parking.
there's a
or facility shall be-
consideration to just include commercial, then we would just need to carve that out in the language for just commercial.
And is it,
And I would,
go ahead.
I know we're going back and forth on this, but I think if we're going to ask commercial development and resort development and new residential development, then I really don't have, and we are committing to this as a way to manage stormwater, then for the time being anyway, I'd like to leave replacements in, and we can think about it.
I'm certainly fine with that on first reading. And if there's some additional tweaks that we want to look at between first and second reading,
Well, you're going to follow the same voting pattern from Ways and Means. I don't like taking that money out of people's pocket unless we get a survey saying they're okay with it. But you guys vote the way you want, and then I'll vote the way I want.
I'm not quite sure, I appreciate the concept, but I'm not quite sure how you would articulate a survey. Are you in favor of pervious survey, of requirement?
We could word the survey to get the answers we want, but don't, it's capital,
But
no, not the
that's the
answers
question
we
you
want.
want. That's
I mean, the question we want. Look, it's happy hour, it's 5:15, come on.
No, I have,
Yes, it
I
is.
think that on this particular case, Brad makes a good point. There would need to be a lot of pretty sophisticated education and information to go out ahead of time to get a legitimate survey response.
But that can
I
be
mean, the
done.
planning commission has held hearings on this. The planning commission's gone through a fairly extensive process in there. We had the workshop that got a lot of public attention and coverage. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure whether I get the idea of, you know, the idea of a plebiscite. Do you favor every ordinance? Do we, you know, that we enact, do we go through? Should we get a survey of all the builders to say whether or not they want a loose materials ordinance or not?
We're taking money out of people's pocket, and I'm uncomfortable doing that unless there's a consensus in the community that's okay. That's where I am.
Okay, let's leave it in and vote on it like that. How about that?
Okay.
This is only first
Any
reading.
further discussion? All in favor of the ordinance as drafted on first reading?
Aye.
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 Nay.
The ordinance is approved on first reading. There are still issues that to be addressed between now and second reading.
How are we going to do that?
I think that we'll probably continue to have conversations with, you know, members of the planning commission, with staff and others to see if there's, and council members are invited to offer some specific suggestions as well. And then we can see if we can coalesce around something that would be kind of a agreed upon set of amendments between, to the ordinance as drafted between now and for second reading.
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't wait till vote.
John, you're still up. Do we
Yes.
need to spend a lot of time on
I
the
will be-
ordinance 2024-25, which
Very-
is non-conforming uses?
Very briefly, I just want to just acknowledge that this did receive Planning Commission approval or recommendation of approval. As you all know, this was an ordinance that addresses not stormwater, geez, non-conforming structures, and under section 192 and 193, non-conforming uses. This will apply to all properties, and it's repair, maintenance, restoration, replacement for natural causes. So the highlights, I don't know if there are any questions, but really the note that this also, and I'll let Boone jump in accordingly, of any notes regarding how this is connected to previous litigation that was filed regarding the timbers and post rezonings, and so of 2023. But really, if there are any general questions.
So, yeah, the town was sued as a result of the rezoning. The planning commission had previously recommended, and the town approved the rezoning the Timbers property. They raised a specific issue of concern with regard to essentially if the entire property was destroyed in a Cat 5, whether you could build it back exactly as it was previously the case. There were some technical issues that had actually risen, I believe, down in Florida previously. The language here, and I think there may have been a couple of other things that people wanted to potentially raise, but the language here was essentially something that was worked out between our council and their council that would satisfy the specific concern that Timbers have that gives rise to the legislation, but it would be of general applicability across the island, not just to the Timbers parcel.
And if you have nothing, if you can open up, this is a public hearing. We
Oh,
can get
this
a
is
motion.
another-
Yes, it's another public
Yes.
hearing.
Okay, with that background, entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Bill Sage. I'm on the board of Timbers, representing the homeowners association. And I'm an attorney, but that's not lead counsel on this. We're happy with the language. It's been worked on between MAC and your staff and our staff. We think this solves some potential significant issues for us, but for everybody else. Just a little context, and you guys have amazing bladder, so I'm going to talk pretty fast, 'cause I'm not as well off as you are. We were downzoned, as were a lot of properties at the end of last year, and became a non-conforming use, which was fine with us. Our issue was the build back. And our advice from council was, in looking at the language, it was probably not as artfully written as it could have been. And if we'd lost one of our buildings, we would lose at least one, if not two floors on the build back and related density. We have a beach club that's a restaurant, that's an ancillary use, that would be lost, and no chance to build it back. As you can see in some of the language, you have to basically build back in 180 days. That would not happen. Let's think about this in the context of a major catastrophic named event. The Timbers buildings, as are others, are built with I-bars and concrete. If we lose one of the buildings, it's going to be an island-wide catastrophic issue. What do you do? People trying to get building permits, people trying to figure out what to do. Talk about unintended consequences, it's much broader than just Timbers or the Cape or anybody else. I didn't bring the numbers with me, but there's somewhere, I think, over 200 dwelling units that are currently non-conforming, and they all would have a potential problem. Some of them are obviously older high-rises along the beach, but it also goes back into some of the ones that are even 4 stories, but have more than 8 units per building. So we think it's something that we're happy to have brought up. We don't like to litigate. That's not what we do. But we think with this resolution, not only does it solve our problem, but it potentially solves other people's problems. We have a draft settlement agreement that MAC has, and we would like to have that signed sooner than later, but appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, it was my understanding, and I thought this came from MAC, and I'm looking at you because you're the attorney on council, that if a hurricane hit one of these non-conforming buildings, they would be essentially grandfathered in and could rebuild. The only time you wouldn't be able to rebuild is if the building was sold or whatever, and the owner elected to knock it down. Is that correct?
That we do have an ordinance that provides essentially grandfathering. The issue was more, I believe, a technical one with regard to calculation of base elevation and related to that as to what could actually be built back up. And so this is intended to address what I think is a more technical issue that wasn't adequately addressed by our existing grandfather provision.
Okay.
Is that essentially? No. It's not, it's simply, again, trying to provide some additional clarity in a unique set of circumstances with regard to clarifying that, in fact, you can build back
Right, right. That was
what
my
you did consistent with these standards.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? No, I guess we're not, we're still in public hearing. So any other members of the public to comment on the proposed ordinance? Seeing none, may I have a motion to exit public hearing and re-enter regular session?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Could I have a motion to approve first reading of the ordinance as drafted?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion, questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ordinance is approved. That's the last item of new business. We are back to citizen comments on any agenda item. Standing between us and happy hour.
I should have gone out and come back, and I'd be able to talk a little looser. Dave DiStefano, 31 Burroughs Hall. I've been in the construction-related industry since I was 15 years old. Builder, laborer, project manager, attorney, whatever it is. And I've run into this dumpster problem in many places, particularly in cities where they want them covered. Typically, what we have on this island is we have a general contractor, Dolphin. He's overall responsible. He's probably on the building permit. That's the party that's responsible. On the days where he's not ordering a dumpster to be picked up, it still has to be uncovered in the morning and covered up in the afternoon. You can't rely on your subcontractors. If you've got 4 subcontractors working here, it doesn't get covered, who are you gonna blame? So it's upon that general contractor every day, whether the dumpster's been ordered to be removed or not, to get it uncovered and to get it covered at the end of the day. That's his responsibility. How he does that is his problem. If it doesn't get covered, there's a fine. If he does order the dumpster, and it could be the next day, whatever it is, if it's a normal work day, it's gonna get uncovered in the morning and covered at night. Let's say it's 3 days later when the dumpster comes in. Let's say there's 2 days, there's nobody working. He's still gonna have to, there's only one person working there. He's still gonna have to uncover it to get something in there and then cover it at the end of the day. So whether you're waiting for a dumpster pickup or not, it's his responsibility to make sure it gets covered at the end of the day and uncovered in the morning. Now, if nobody's coming to work in the morning, he doesn't have to go and uncover it. So I think it's that simple. It's the general contractor's responsibility, how he takes care of that, whether it's a person he hires to make sure it's done every day or some subcontractor that's on the job every day. That's it. You can't make it any more complicated than that. The other thing is, the night patrol goes out, it's not covered. I mean, many times you see a building violation, a zoning violation, what do you see? A big sticker on a front door, you're in violation. Whoever's doing the patrolling at night, make sure they have a big yellow thing with the check mark on it, warning or citation. Stick it right in the front door of the house. That way they'll know they got one. That's what I've been through. I know that works.
Okay, I appreciate the doing that on the front door of the house. What I've noticed, some recent uncovered dumpsters at Mariner's Watch, Windswept, Turtle Cove, and there's no kind of front door.
Stick it right on the dumpster.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. DiStefano. Any other citizen comments?
It's the first time I've ever fully agreed with Dave, so.
It's a day of first. Seeing no other citizen comments, council member comments.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I will simply say thank you for your patience today and for all the hard work the council members are doing. Fairly long session, and that's on top of a 2-hour Ways and Means Committee. We stand adjourned. Thank you all.